Good morning, 5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A cold start to our Thursday. It's 34 degrees right now and temps going to around 54 today under cloudy skies. Stefano's full forecast right after the news. There's a lot of flu cases in Coffee County, and now the schools say they'll be closed today and tomorrow to allow students and staff to rest and recover and reduce the spread of illness. Good fortune for them because Monday is President's Day, so it'll also extend the school shutdown through Tuesday of next week. Coffee County schools say maintenance and custodial teams will sanitize and disinfect classrooms during the downtime. Got a heads up for commuters about a closure on I-65 tonight. TDOT crews are shutting down all lanes on I-65 North in Sumner County, and they'll close US 31 West in both directions so that crews can work on a new bridge there. That closure will last tonight and tomorrow night, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Detours will be posted there. In the Nancy Guthrie disappearance, investigators are now testing for DNA evidence from gloves found near Guthrie's home. And after releasing the video of the person at the front door of her home, authorities are following up on 18,000 tips.
11 days since Nancy Guthrie's abduction, taken from her home in the middle of the night, FBI agents tonight are fanned out across her neighborhood in the foothills of the Catalina Mountains, searching through the brush, along roads, looking for anything the man at her front door might have discarded along the way. It comes after a frantic 24 hours and what appeared to be the first major break in the case.
That's ABC's Aaron Katersky. The man, of course, that was detained and questioned has been released. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks wavered on Wall Street after the surprisingly strong jobs report found the nation's unemployment rate improved last month. The Labor Department reported 130,000 jobs were added, and economists now wonder if the Federal Reserve might hold off on touching interest rates. The up and down Dow ended down 66 points. The Nasdaq slipped 36. The S&P was about even. Packaging company Smurfit Westrock jumped 10% despite a weaker than expected profit report. That's because the company gave financial targets for the next 5 years that some analysts found encouraging. Robinhood markets fell 10% on a revenue forecast that fell short, and investor concerns about how long the crypto slowdown might last. Kraft Heinz says it's pausing plans to split into two companies to ensure all of its resources are focused on profitable growth. And Meta plans to build a new $10 billion 1 gigawatt data center in Lebanon, Indiana, as part of its AI build-out. Brian Clark, ABC News.
And stock futures are pointing up this morning. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Major roads are looking okay so far this morning. There's an accident, though, Wedgwood, Houston. It's on Chestnut Street at Hagen Street. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And good morning to you, folks. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on in to a Thursday, February 12th. Lots going on this morning. By the way, partly cloudy, cool, and a high of 55 today. And all right, so I want to make sure, Joan, that I have all of this right. The whole El Paso laser thing.
Yeah.
This is an amazing story.
Yeah, it sure is.
So you have really, it seems to me, like a bickering between the FAA and the Pentagon. So what happens is you've got the Pentagon, and I'm trying to get all of this right because there's different stories that are out there. But as far as I can tell, there's these really cool lasers that the Pentagon wants to use to shoot down drones from the cartels. And so the Pentagon has loaned these lasers to the Border Patrol. The Border Patrol apparently has been using these lasers to, as the story goes, shoot down balloons. Now, there's some differing narratives as to whether or not the Border Patrol was actually actively shooting down these balloons. But some are reporting that they were, the Border Patrol was. Others are saying that no, they hadn't. But the bottom line is we've been utilizing the military in the area going after the cartels, so that's part of it. But the Pentagon loans these drones to the Border Patrol. The Border Patrol may or may not have been using these lasers, but the FAA gets pissed off that the Pentagon has these lasers and they just shut down the airspace like that, just very quickly. And as far as I can tell, the FAA didn't go to the Pentagon ahead of time to say, hey, listen, you've got these lasers and apparently you're either using them or you're going to use them. And these lasers can shoot down airplanes, commercial aircraft. They didn't do that. They just said, screw it, we're going to shut down the airspace. And then Trump comes out and other people come out and they say, we're taking on the cartels. Yeah, that's what's happening. We're taking on the cartels. Yeah. But in reality, it was, I guess, a dust-up. It's being sort of framed as a dust-up ultimately between the Pentagon and the FAA.
So ABC News has former Marine fighter pilot Steve Ganyard, and he kind of frames the whole situation about this pretty well. Check this out.
Briggs Army Airfield is only 3 miles away from a major metropolitan airport where commercial aircraft are flying 24 hours a day. So I don't think it's unreasonable for the FAA to say, we would like to know when you're shooting these lasers, when you're blowing drones out of the sky, because you're only 3 miles away and we have to protect the flying public and we want to make sure that one of your lasers doesn't hit a commercial airplane. And the Army said, well, it's classified. We don't want to talk about it. And so it became a standoff.
That's incredible to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, and also you mentioned this in our little pre-show meeting that we're talking about Pete Hegseth, head of the Pentagon, and Sean Duffy, head of transportation. And the two guys are former Fox guys. I mean, they know each other. I would imagine they know each other well enough to have each other's phone numbers on their phones. Like, why weren't they talking to each other?
Why can't they just communicate? I mean, I don't know if this may have been a local FAA official. It may have been somebody under Sean. I don't know. But the amazing part of this whole thing is the lack of communication.
Yeah.
And the guy there says, the analyst that you just played, was that on Fox News?
No, that was ABC.
So for the Army to say, well, it's classified, if that is indeed what happened, if the Army said and the Pentagon said, well, it's classified, we can't tell you when we're going to use these lasers to shoot drones out of the sky, when the reality is that those lasers can go past those drones and go way up apparently into the air and take down a commercial aircraft?
He says for about either like a half mile to a mile beyond target.
So I don't know how high planes are when they're coming in for a landing or taking off, but I mean, that seems like a reasonable request.
You would think. And so this happened at El Paso, but there are military bases near airports all over the country. And we saw how that played out in a fatal way when that helicopter and the airplane collided over the Potomac River.
Yep.
In Washington, D.C. recently. So, these things, the airspace is pretty jammed when you consider all that could be up there.
So I'm looking at another story, and it's this is how they frame it. A shocking power struggle between Pentagon brass and a defiant FAA administrator just triggered the most dramatic airspace shutdown since September 11th. FAA Chief Brian Bedford unilaterally grounded all flights in and out of El Paso, including life-saving medical evacuations, after the military fired up high-energy laser weapons to blast drones along the Mexican border. Bedford made this nuclear decision without alerting the White House, the Pentagon, or Homeland Security. So it sounds like this FAA administrator, B-R-Y-A-N, Brian Bedford, it sounds like if the Pentagon, if the Border Patrol had actually fired up these high-energy laser weapons, the question is, was he just being pissy?
Yeah.
Or did he have a legit concern? It sounds like there was a legit concern, but the fact that these two entities couldn't get on the same page, I think that tells you the dysfunction of the government. So
they shot down, some are calling them party balloons. I think that's a little facetious, but
I saw
balloons.
Mylar balloons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were they doing that as a practice?
Yeah, like as a test. Okay, so let's see if we can shoot down a Mylar balloon because we don't want to shoot down expensive drones.
Yeah.
Right? So I guess, because I saw that part of the story too, and I didn't really understand it. But, here's my question. Can't you test these things? I've been to places like Nevada and Arizona. There's a lot of barren land out there, not near airports and not near military places. So couldn't they do their testing? Did they have to do it right there? If they were utilizing these Mylar balloons and these party balloons, whatever, if they were using them to test, well, they can do those tests anywhere. So why would they have to do them, right there near the airport and the airspace and all of that? I guess it sounds like I'm questioning the military and the Border Patrol. I don't know why they couldn't get on the same page. Now, the other thing is, okay, so as FAA Chief Brian Bedford, was he truly concerned about planes being shot down by these lasers, or was he trying to make a point? Because I've seen other articles that say that Brian Bedford was a rogue FAA administrator. They call him rogue, as opposed to saying he justifiably shut down the airspace because he was truly and genuinely and had legit concerns about civilian aircraft being shot down.
Now, you have to consider that this is all being discussed by mainstream media, and their goal is to make it seem as if there's chaos within the Trump administration. So
right.
I take these reports with a grain of salt, considering the source and knowing that there's, if you wait 48 hours, there's probably a different story that'll come out of this.
Mexico. And by the way, I would say kudos to the Trump administration for going on offense. Didn't we talk about this yesterday? I think Chris and Sam, we all jumped in talking about how we really need to get aggressive and go on offense against the cartels.
Yes.
So
sure.
I'm not against going after the damn Mexican cartels, and they have been running apparently sophisticated drone operations across the border. And I like to see us doing something to take down these drones. and we need to figure out a way to do it safely. And I don't know any other way. I'm sure that there are other ways to take down drones, jam frequencies maybe. I don't know. But they got to figure this out. And I don't know if there's a way that you can have these lasers so that the laser terminates once it hits the target, so that it doesn't go a mile beyond target. Because, we can put a man on the moon, Joan.
Right.
But we can't have a laser stop when it hits the target?
Yeah.
I don't know either. Joan's like, what the hell do I say to all this? I don't know. I do find the whole thing really interesting. The fact that, here's the other thing. It was shut down for 7 hours.
Yeah.
Like,
Not 10 days like they threatened.
no, not 10 days.
Still.
But this sounds like an hour max as everybody gets on the same page.
So specifically, they are using what is described as high-energy lasers or directed energy weapons.
Pull your mic up a little bit.
Designed for countering unmanned aircraft systems. These systems burn through disabled drone components, electronics, structures, or propulsion methods by focusing intense energy to cause physical damage or destruction. So it's possible that these things would shoot past based on the description.
Yeah. And
You don't want to
clearly
be
they could
giving
take-
LASIK surgery to a pilot mid-flight. That would...
No,
Yeah.
no. Or I don't know how powerful these lasers are. Could they put could they put a hole in a wing?
Well, it says that it literally melts the drone that it hits.
Yeah,
So it
most
could
drones
probably-
are plastic-based, so if concentrated long enough, I'd imagine it would do some damage to a wing or maybe...
It doesn't take much.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
And if it did do a little damage to a wing, that plane's going down.
Yeah,
So-
that's the thing with all the aerodynamics and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. Which is so funny.
Sam, this is not a funny subject.
No. It's the way he said aerodynamics and danced.
Oh, you didn't see me, Joe, and I don't know why. I don't know why I danced to aerodynamics.
He did aerodynamics. Like he was playing the piano.
Anyway, whatever. So gave the good people on the YouTube chat a nice little show this
Yeah.
morning, assuming it's working. Is it working? Okay, good. Hello, YouTube, and all the people on the chat. All right, it is 5:17, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Who watched the Pam Bondi stuff yesterday?
Ooh, I did.
Okay, so it was Pam Bondi versus Pramila Jayapal. It was Pam Bondi versus a couple of other people. Nadler, Jerry Nadler.
Jerry Nadler.
And Jamie
Jamie
Raskin.
Raskin.
So those are the big three that I've got. She was up there all day. And I'm telling you what, she didn't come there to play. Now,
She did not, but I thought she said some stupid things.
so I'm going to, okay, we can talk about that
Yeah.
because I'm going to be honest with you. Jerry Nadler was asking some legit questions.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be one of those moments where people might get mad at me, but I'm telling you that when they ask how many people within Epstein's orbit have been indicted, well, that answer is none. But I think that this is a lot larger conversation than just, hey, how many have been indicted? Also, by the way, the other drama that ensued, and I'll get into all of this, but the other drama that ensued, Pramila Jayapal, will you turn around and apologize to the victims of Epstein, right? Now, clearly dramatic, clearly performative, but here's the question. Does the Trump administration, not the Trump administration, does the DOJ and Pam Bondi owe the victims of Epstein an apology because within the 3 million documents or whatever that was released over the last, what was it, about 4 days ago now?
Yeah.
They were identified in some of these documents. Their names and their photographs, some of them nude, were not redacted. So that is also part of the conversation. You have a lot of people out there, and I'm telling you how I see it, folks. I think that there is a lot of performative on the left. We also got to be honest, the Republicans do it too whenever they're in the position of grilling somebody from the left. And so this is almost why I don't necessarily like to cover these things anymore, because it's all just performative and people up on their soapboxes. But I do want to give a little bit more perspective than just, oh, Pam Bondi owned the libs. Well, there's more to the story, and we're going to get into that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-9986. Got a lot more, 520. We did not do traffic, did we?
We did not.
Anything going on?
There was one accident. Oh, there's two now. Wedgwood, Houston at Chestnut Street and Hagen Street. Also in the Northwest, 24 westbound, the off-ramp to Old Hickory Boulevard is partially blocked off by a crash there right now. That's it.
All righty, very good. And as far as the news goes at 5:30, what do you have?
How about if
Joan?
I just tell you what the headline is?
Please.
Okay, so a Clarksville mom has just learned how long she will spend in prison for the death of her son. That's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, by the way, Joan, the best part, actually, of the Pam Bondi testimony yesterday,
Yeah.
Jerry Nadler falling asleep.
Oh, I didn't see that.
You didn't see Nadler falling asleep? Oh, my God.
He is so past his prime. I mean, honestly.
You know what? If a big pile of sludge was in human form,
It's Jerry Nadler.
it's Jerry Nadler.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Lord have mercy. There is. Oh, I wish we had. When are we going to get our video back? Anyway,
I don't know.
there's a great video that's out there, and it shows High Pants Nadler. By the way, remember this story where members of Congress were talking about how bad Jerry Nadler smells?
Yes. Yes.
He actually looks like he smells
yeah.
like big fat form of human sludge.
Well, it's, allegedly a poopy diaper situation.
Oh, is that what they say?
He's 92, right?
Is he not? He's not 92. Is he 90? No.
Or 91?
You know what? If Jerry Nadler is 91, I have to take everything back because he looks damn good for his age because I'll be dead at 91.
Oh,
He's
he's 78.
78.
So he looks terrible for 78.
Yes, he does. He's
Still.
Where did you get 90? Anyway, whatever. So, but you see the man walk, right? He's got his pants like over that, whatever that thing is. His
muffin.
muffin top.
He's got more than a muffin. I mean, he's got like a mountain in there.
He does. He's got like foothills.
Yeah.
Whatever. Anyway.
Jerry the Foothills Nadler.
So I don't know if it's a poopy diaper thing or not. That's Sam. You got any? Sam, thank you for bringing us down this road. Is there any evidence? Have you brought any evidence to the table that Jerry Nadler has Joe Biden disease?
I mean, between reports of him smelling bad and the way he squirms in a chair, just reminds me of a toddler like making room.
Well, they probably did. They have to ship. I don't want to harp
Sorry,
on
to ship.
If the whole Nadler's got more problems than just his weight. All right, I mean the guy is just so far down the road of being of leftist whatever, but he fell asleep, and so there's a video out there now where he's asleep, and the memes have started, Joan.
Of course.
So there's a video meme of Donald Trump walking up behind Nadler, putting a blanket over him, gives him a teddy bear, and it's Donald Trump holding up a sign that says, "This is why we need term limits." Very funny. Another one has Mike Lindell from the My Pillow. You know, the My Pillow.
Yeah.
Mike Lindell comes behind him and gives him a My Pillow. And says, I don't know what he
that's
says. in
good.
it. But anyway, so yeah, Nadler falls asleep. And he's just, it's not the first time and it's not the last time that he's going to fall asleep. But watching him get all befuddled when he's trying to reclaim his time, I think it is funny because he's just, he's a nebbish is the word that I use to describe Jerry Nadler, nebbish.
Got to use it in a newscast, Joan.
Good luck on that one, Joan.
Which one? Platitudes?
Nebbish.
Nebbish.
Nebbish. Yeah, nebbish is the way that I describe Jerry Nadler. And so what does nebbish mean? Nebbish means basically...
Pitifully ineffectual, timid, or submissive.
There you go. Nebbish. Nebbish.
He also, I found the clip. He falls asleep with his hand under his jaw.
Yeah.
Like classic, if your teacher walked by you in class and you're doing that, they're slapping your arm out from under you so you fall. I would have paid to see that.
Jerry Nadler was going on an awake strike. Until he can reclaim his time, he's not going to stay awake. He's going to go to sleep. So he's on an awake strike.
Not just term limits, but age limits.
Look, I'm on record as saying I have no problem with old people who are serving in Congress or serving in the presidency as long as they can do their jobs, right? Jerry Nadler cannot do his job. He can't do his job effectively, and I'd be willing to bet the people that are sitting rather close to him in that chamber probably would love to, pull out their COVID masks and put them over their nose. Anyway, got to go. 5:30, WTN.
Good morning. It is now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories on a 28, make that a 218 to 213 vote. The House has passed the SAVE Act. That bill, which is backed by President Trump, restricts mail-in ballots, requires photo ID at polling places, mandates that states get proof of citizenship before registering somebody to vote in a federal election. House Speaker Mike Johnson celebrating the passage, calling on Democrats in the Senate to follow suit.
Proof of citizenship and photo ID to vote. Everyone in the country understands the necessity of that, understands how simple it is and how important it is. And the only people that oppose it are people who want to cheat our system.
But passage in the Senate is questionable. Speaker Johnson on the Democrats' opposition.
This has become a bitter partisan fight, and it's madness to us. We can't quite understand what the rationale is for opposing a free and fair election. But they're going to have to explain this to the people. And they're going to have a hard time doing that.
Nebush, Alaska Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski reportedly preparing to vote against the SAVE Act.
I heard it.
Okay,
I heard it.
Just making sure it gets
I may
registered.
throw the red flag down, though, because I don't know if Murkowski could be described as nebbish. You know what?
Yeah.
Sam's going to be the arbiter.
Oh, he's on your side.
Oh, have you been listening for the last 6 months? Clearly not. Anyway, proceed.
In other news, Clarksville mother is about to spend the next 17 years in prison for the starving death of her disabled son. Cheyenne Dawn Maddox was convicted last year of reckless homicide and aggravated child neglect. Kadaris Maddox was 13 and confined to a wheelchair. A former Tennessee police officer now charged with statutory rape while on duty. 24-year-old Clayton Fox, an officer with the Tellico Plains Police Department, when he had allegedly had sexual contact with a minor. TBI says he gave false information to investigators when questioned about that incident. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so you've got some rolling pothole crews that will be out today. Watch out for them. They're TDOT crews, and they'll be performing these pothole repairs in multiple different places. Roadways so far this morning are looking okay. No problems on 24, 65, or on 40 that I can spot heading in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends, and welcome on in.
I have a request here.
Well, I'm a little out of breath, though. I don't know if you can hear me, Joan. I had to run down into Nashville. I had to club an anti-ICE leftist and grab their whistle.
Yeah.
Because I have to throw the whistle, blow the whistle on your use of the term nebbish. Hopefully I won't get charged for clubbing the anti-ICE lunatic with their whistles, but, you know,
You're not buying my...
I'm putting the whistle to good use.
So the Oxford Dictionary says a person who is regarded as pitifully ineffectual, timid, or submissive.
Yeah, I don't know if Lisa Murkowski, she doesn't strike me as submissive.
Or timid, but she is pitifully ineffectual. So you can take your whistle and...
All right, moving right along.
Now, yeah, and I think the super texters would agree with me.
You know what? The super texters just agree with you because they like you better. That's what it is.
Well, it's not true. So now we've missed the moment because at this very second, maybe have passed already. If you look up into the sky and listen, all you people in your cars, don't do this. Just people who are walking to their cars. Look up in the sky. You can see the International Space Station this morning.
Really?
Yeah. It passes over. Now, this is according to Channel 2, News 2. They say that that it passes over Middle Tennessee about 16 times a day because that's how often it circles the earth. But it's not often that you actually get to see it with the naked eye.
Well,
So
how do you know what it looks like, and how can you differentiate it from all the?
Isn't it it looks like dots in a row, like 10 or 15 dots in a row?
I don't know.
Do I need to go fact check this in real time?
Go to News 2.
You want to send Sam out to the parking lot to see if he can see the space station?
Only if he doesn't have to hit a commercial or do something with that whistle of yours.
No, we're good.
The International Space Station will first be visible above the southwestern horizon at 5:28 a.m., and then it peaks at 61 degrees above the horizon. I'm sure everybody knows exactly where that is, in the southeastern sky before exiting to the northeast.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go. If anybody sees it, I'd like to know.
Sam is literally now walking out to the parking lot.
Yes.
How funny would it be if he locked himself out?
Oh,
You ever locked yourself out of a radio station?
yes.
I've totally done that.
But isn't that the subject for me? Isn't that the subject of like all of your radio nightmares?
Yes.
That you get locked out, and even the long song, even the Stairway to Heaven that you just put on is not long enough.
Inagata-Davida?
Yeah, Inagata-Davida. Yeah.
Yep. I have done that.
Shame.
I did that in college radio.
Did you?
I did, and I did it many years ago when I was a producer. I mean, I was in my 20s. Have not done it, any time recently, thank the Lord. Actually, no, I have.
Oh, did you?
I was hosting this show. I had to run out to my car.
Right, you ran out to your car.
I had to run. Oh, you know what it was? I don't know if people remember this, but there was a day that I left my windows down.
Yeah.
And it was torrential downpour. And I ended up having to run out to my car and roll my windows up. And I left, this was back when I carried a wallet. And I left my wallet in the studio here. And so I didn't have my car to get back in. So I'm pounding on the door and hoping that somebody from like 92Q will, hear me and let me in. They finally did, and Johnny and Ken are laughing their ever-loving arses off because they're on the air wondering how long does it take for one man to roll up his windows, never in a million years thinking, gee, I wonder if he locked himself out of the building. Sam is back. Sam, did you happen to see the International Space Station?
There's too many stupid condos in the way.
Oh, yeah.
Damn that Nashville.
You said it was the southeastern portion of the sky,
Correct.
right? That's facing those...
southwestern horizon.
Oh, well, yeah.
And then it exits to the northeast, yeah.
Yeah, we need like a sky cam or something. I will say...
We can't get anything. We can't get a working computer, and you want a sky cam?
Let's go to the office of no and ask for a sky cam.
Well, I can tell you somebody
there are
in
no
the neighborhood...
plastic utensils in the kitchen, but you want a sky cam.
Oh, my God. Do you know what I wanted?
I
and they
can
said
tell you,
no
hold on,
to?
there's something interesting going on outside.
Oh, what's going on?
I'm not making this up. I opened the door, and I've got my long-range lens on my camera ready to go in case I was able to see it. And I just get absolutely punched in the face with a very skunky smell.
Oh, no.
Someone is actively in the vicinity.
Smoking pot?
Waking and baking, man.
Are you...
I'm being dead serious. If you
So,
want to
like...
walk out that door.
Guys, hold on. Like, seriously. I don't want to get into a thing here because I don't want to accuse coworkers of
No.
smoking a
It's
doobie.
down the road.
It's down the road.
So
okay.
yeah, no, nobody here. No,
okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Mind you, we're in between two hotels in this area and everything, but someone is just.
Well, Joan, I knew that Sam was going to start going down the road of why isn't our coworkers, why aren't they sharing the doobie with him? I know how Sam works.
There are a lot of balconies, too, so if you just look around.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say
everywhere.
that, I may not be able to see the space station, but someone's certainly trying to put themselves there.
Okay, good.
Rocket Man.
Wah, wah. All right, very quickly. What do we want to do? Can we talk about the jobs report real quick?
Yeah.
So that was a really good jobs report, from what I can tell.
Yes.
And
so they were expecting the number
Yep.
to be 55,000, and instead it was 130? 330?
well,
I think
here,
130,000.
130.
I've got this audio here. This is on Maria Bartiromo's show on how good this was. 172,000 private jobs, 100,000 jobs above the estimate, and they were looking for apparently only 70,000.
130,000 jobs created for the month of January.
Wow.
The estimate was 70,000. Wow, I was right, Maria. 4.3% is the unemployment rate. The street was looking for 4.4%. This is not the kind of report we expected to see, guys. Let me give you the government jobs picture. That is negative 42,000 on the government side.
Well, that's good. Do you know what I wonder? I was thinking about this. I should ask Matthew Hurt this question. So remember that Virginia, they elected a really, really leftist liberal governor, right? Do you think that the reason why Virginia went so incredibly blue was because you got a lot of pissed off former government workers that lost their job? And so they're taking it out on the Trump administration? I mean, I'm wondering, and they're getting theirs now. I mean, she went in there, Abigail Spanberger, they went in and she's raising taxes and, doing all of these other things.
It's absolutely possible that this is the backlash from
this is the
federal workers.
Retribution of former federal workers
Absolutely.
that decided that, and they just said this piece that I'm playing, Cheryl Casson says that they lost, there were 42,000 fewer government jobs, which is, obviously a good thing. And I mean, you see, and I don't have the percentage in front of me, Sam, maybe you can look it up. Since President Trump took over, how many government jobs have we been able to shed? It's been a lot, and that's a good thing.
Part of the equation. We saw that in the reports previously. We also saw labor force participation rate, 62.5%. Average hourly earnings, 0.41%. That is actually higher than the expectations. The average hourly earnings month to month, a little bit higher than expected. Private payrolls, 172,000. I had to do a double take. 172,000 private jobs. Guys, that's 100,000 above the.
So there you go. I mean, I realize everybody wants to look just at grocery carts. I realize that it's all about the groceries. And again, I do understand that. I'm not going to go through that whole monologue again. But there's so many other things, so many other positive economic indicators that the Trump administration has to brag about. But you know my rule, and it's the same rule, Joan, that I had for radio that I have for economic numbers and jobs numbers. You don't get too excited when things are going good, and you don't get too depressed when things are not going good. It's just, you know what? You got to look at everything long term. And right now, though, I mean, we do still see gas prices. They are lower. By the way, gas prices might start going back up as the weather begins to get warmer. We see that all the time. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But I don't know about you. And Joan, you used to work at the Wall Street Journal, but I see a lot of positive economic indicators out there. I do understand that there's still work to do with groceries, but
yeah,
by and large, I mean, and by the way, remember when I talked about, I wish I could remember to do these things day to day, but we're talking about people and their tax returns, and I said, let me know how your tax returns look as you start to, do them every day or week, or as people start to do them in our listening audience. And I've had a lot of people hit me up and say they got money back and more money than they were expecting with their tax returns.
Yeah.
So some people are going to be disappointed, but from what I've seen on the super text line and my, not so scientific polling here, the people that I've spoken to have said that they got more money back than they expected with their tax returns.
I can vouch. I did.
Did you really?
That's cool.
Yeah, which is like the first time. The really crazy part is last year we paid out so many in taxes despite being in the lower end of the bracket while I'm still in school and everything. And that was obviously because of Bidenomics, right, at play. But I, by the way, have those numbers for you. The net federal workforce reductions are in the range of approximately 212,000 to 320,000 civilian employees at this stage at early 2026. So about 9 to 14% of the pre-2025 workforce has been cut.
Good. Listen, and apparently our government is still functioning. They passed the SAVE Act in the House of Representatives last night. By the way, we do have Matt Vaneps, Congressman Matt Vaneps. He's going to be joining us from the 7th, and he is going to be joining us at 7:06 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN. So,
Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, and President Trump have both been talking about if people just hang in there, the first and second quarter are really going to pop, and people are going to feel it won't feel like gaslighting anymore. Things will really pop, and people will begin to feel the effects of Trumponomics, if you want to call it that. What needs to happen are two things: that the interest rates come down so that the housing market starts to move.
Yep.
If the housing market starts to move, it's growth off the rails. Also, wages need to go up, and they did in this past yesterday's numbers. Mm-hmm. I think wages went up 3.4%. That's a sizable increase.
That is a very sizable increase.
And it needs to continue. People need to get more in their paychecks. And, now that employers don't have a lot of the people that they were able to pay a pittance to and be happy about it, since they've all been deported, now employers absolutely have to pay a good wage to American workers.
Well, and same with the housing, since people are being deported en masse.
Yes.
Now you're going to have options for, developers and landlords have got to cut prices to get people to move in.
And they have. The apartment rents have been coming down. So,
and Nashville is one of those cities that has seen the biggest decline in apartment rents. We talked about that. $2,400 is what 9577 received from his tax return. Other folks are saying, another guy says 9384, another person says got $600 more this year as well. So people are, saying that they're getting more money back.
Yeah. Last year I owed an additional $1,600, and I'm definitely getting at least that back.
Let's see here. George says you can install an ISS detector on your phone. So I didn't know that, but whatever. Let's see here. And 5028 is just being a party pooper this morning. He's complaining about the fact that we spent the first segment talking about lasers. We were talking about one of the biggest news stories that we covered yesterday and the fallout between the FAA and the Pentagon and why they decided to close El Paso's airspace. So 5028, yes, we were talking about news.
And lasers are cool.
And lasers are cool.
High energy lasers? Come on.
Whatever, 52. You know what I'm finding myself with the 5028? I just go whatever.
Yeah.
Just
you have
whatever,
to.
dude. You too, Joan. Just whatever, 5028.
Yeah. Whatever.
Let's see here. Now, 1973 says, I owe money for the first time ever. By the way, all you people that are telling me that you got all this money back, we will be having a GoFundMe for a new computer. If I can. In 552 on Super Talk 99.7. You'll notice Joan and Sam quiet when the host makes a comment that could tick off the first floor. Anyway, totally kidding. I used to tell Johnny and Ken, run, whenever I'd say something that could get us in trouble. I'm going to say the same thing to you guys. Anyway, 552 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan's got the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, we have the closure of that airspace over El Paso, Texas. And what really is behind that? It's coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:57. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just a little hint, a whiff, if you will. Going back to our previous segment where
Sam
was getting a contact high
from... It was more than a whiff.
From somebody smoking the devil's lettuce in the vicinity of the building. Speaking of being stoned or sounding stoned, is Hank Johnson the one that said that an island could tip over with all the military equipment? Okay.
Yep.
So he was questioning Pam Bondi yesterday. I want to just play this audio.
Democrats, but let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors here today. Representative Jayapal asked a simple question: if you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully trying to intimidate and punish these ladies for coming forward? Which was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields.
Democrat. I like how Pam Bondi is like, dude, your time is up. Just enough already. She did. I think part of her mission going in there, she wasn't going to suffer fools.
Oh, definitely not.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that the Democrats and some of their questioning, there were a lot of incredibly foolish theatrics that were going on. And I think that Bondi, by and large, and we're going to talk about some of the things that I think went right with Pam Bondi. I'm going to talk about some of the things that went wrong with Pam Bondi. But what's interesting is, hey, Sam, let's do a Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube if you would. Grade Pam Bondi's performance yesterday during yesterday's testimony. Grade her performance. Because, Joan, there's some people that said that she absolutely rocked it. There's other people that are like, she was terrible. And she evaded every single question.
I do love when she said to Jamie Raskin, "You're not even a lawyer."
We'll open up with that audio, Joan. Coming up next, it is 6 o'clock, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. So right now, our temperature is sitting at 34 degrees. We'll get up to around 54 later on today. Stick around. Stefano's full forecast is right after the news. The closure of airspace over El Paso, Texas may have been sparked by a dust-up between the Pentagon and the FAA. CNN is reporting that Customs and Border Protection used military lasers to shoot down balloons this week. And that may have prompted the FAA to shut down airspace in order to protect commercial aircraft. ABC News contributor and former Marine pilot Steve Ganyard on that.
Using lasers for defense against drones still has the limitations of the laser itself, how powerful that laser is. But it can still go out half a mile, maybe a mile. But if you're operating in close proximity to a commercial airport, you could still blind pilots, you could damage the aircraft. Remember, these lasers burn so hot that they actually melt the drone and knock the drone down. So you don't want something that powerful. It's like shooting off a weapon, around an airport. It's just a bad idea.
He says those melted drones fall out of the sky. They can do significant damage on the ground as well. A man was airlifted to a Nashville hospital last night after he was hit by a vehicle in Clarksville. This happened during rush hour on Fort Campbell Boulevard just after 6 last night. He was flown to Vanderbilt Hospital, but we don't have information on his condition yet today. Clarksville police say the driver of that vehicle stayed on the scene. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
A tech firm unveils an AI tool that it says can come up with personalized tax strategies, and investors dump bank and wealth management stocks in response. That helped to bring the Dow's streak of records to an end Wednesday. The index slipped 67 points to close at 50,121. The Nasdaq was off 0.16%. The S&P was unchanged on the day. Intense competition from China and the global impact of U.S. tariffs has Mercedes-Benz back on its heels and warning of challenging times ahead. The German luxury automaker posted full-year operating profit of $6.9 billion in 2025, a 57% drop from a year ago. McDonald's says its budget-minded pricing strategy is paying off, and that same-store sales were up nearly 6% in the last quarter of 2025. CEO Chris Kempczynski said on yesterday's investor call, quote, McDonald's is not going to get beat on value and affordability. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures are pointing up today. That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident on 24 West in Northwest. It's just before Old Hickory Boulevard North, exit 40, and that one involves some injuries. Another one on Highway 100 in Harpeth Hills at Highway 96. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.605 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to a Thursday, February 12th of 2026. Partly cloudy today. Cool, and a high of 55. Joan, somebody has sent this into the Super Text line about a Wilson County schools.
Yeah, so I saw that.
Are going to walk out on February 3rd. That'd be like tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
It's an ICE walkout.
Yeah. I tried to find it on their Facebook page, and I can't find it. Maybe they took it down. Maybe I'm not looking in the right place. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I did go to their Facebook page and looked, and I don't see it. But what I did like was that in that post, they've got consequences for the students if they walk out. So they're not going to walk out willy-nilly. They're going to get dinged for it.
Grades 6 through 12, consequences. Now, there was a walkout. Was it Williamson County a few days ago?
Brentwood High School.
Brentwood High School.
Yes, yeah.
And local media, and I'm shooting from the hip on this, but local media tried to make it seem like there was like this massive walkout. But it was, relatively speaking, a small fraction of the overall student body. So that's one thing. But the kids that did walk out find out for me, Sam, did they face any consequences? So in Wilson County, grades 6 through 12, because guess what? Riker's in 6th grade. And so if this is true, we'll be having a conversation with the youngling. But in-school conference with student. These are the consequences if they decide to walk out in Wilson County. Detention or other extended school time options, parent and guardian conference, and an in-school suspension 1 to 5 days. And so the flyer, it does say ICE walkout Friday, Wilson County schools and show out after third period, 1:25 p.m. Bring flags and posters. Location, Lebanon Road near Publix and Kroger. I know exactly where that is. That's like right down the road from my house. So anyway, show your support for our immigrant neighbors, they say. Stand up and be the voice for people who can't. Help show that Wilson County doesn't tolerate ICE and its violence. You know what's so funny? Wilson County, and specifically, folks in Mount Juliet, we absolutely love ICE. I'm part of that community. We absolutely love that we have cameras that are all over Mount Juliet so that we can read the license plates of these convicts that come in from Nashville so that we can pull their ass over and arrest them. We are in Mount Juliet, I can tell you, at least where I live, very much of a law-abiding community. So whatever to the ICE walkout. It'll be interesting to see. So what do you do? Like, again, Riker's in 6th grade, and he is in Wilson County schools. So then do you say, okay, well, then what we're going to do is do you talk to your kids? That's what you've got to do. Talk to your kids, and you make sure that they understand not only will there be consequences if you decide that you're going to walk out from the school, but you'll also have some consequences at home.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything about Brentwood High School having anything to do. If anything happened, it was internal. But we do know that the Williamson County School Board is extremely woke. And so they're probably not trying to overly enforce anything for the 125 students that did walk out in Brentwood. But I would be interested to see the repercussions of Wilson County students, knowing the culture difference. Yeah,
very much so. Let's see here. How many? All right, I'm getting hit up on the super text line today. All mostly positive, except for 5028. But one guy, Mario, says, "Hey Dan, get Riker a Pro Ice T-shirt to wear during the walkout."
There you go.
You know what? Buy him like an icy. Remember the ices? Buy him an icy shirt. So he's not directly making a political statement, but. I would. By the way, I would never involve Riker in my.
It reminds me
show.
of my studies when you actually focus in on the Third Reich coming to power in Germany, how they infiltrated the schools.
Yeah,
and they had students pretty much made it seem like it wasn't voluntary to go to these rallies and these meetings and be part of the Hitler Youth. So
right.
it's paralleled, very similar in my mind.
Let's see here. Some are saying Williamson County School Board is not extremely woke. Interesting. All right. Now I'm getting hit up on my personal phone by like 3 or 4 different text messages from people, and I have no idea. I used to think the Williamson County School Board was woke. It used to be.
Didn't that have a whole argument over some of the books in the library, like
I thought we did.
Boys Blue or something?
Whatever. That's not where I want to go with this segment. Anyway, moving right along. Let's see here. We're going to talk about Pam Bondi. So Pam Bondi was on Capitol Hill yesterday defending herself against accusations that she is siding with pedophiles in the Jeffrey Epstein case. One of the more epic battles was between Jerry Nadler, High Pants Jerry, who they woke him up enough so that he could have this back and forth with Pam Bondi. Listen.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the
ridiculous.
way I asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to me.
Claiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Claiming my time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
when
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they indicted, the president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these theatrics.
So, I mean, that's pretty much how it went. And you know what? I have not seen Jerry Nadler that, excited or awake in a long time. Nebbish Jerry. So you know how this goes, right? This is something that politicians do. It has been going on for a long time, which is why, generally speaking, I don't even bother to really cover much of these things in depth. But this was about the Jeffrey Epstein case, which is something that everybody has an agreement on, or a disagreement on, I should say. By the way, take the Daily Dan poll. How did you feel Pam Bondi did yesterday in her testimony? But Nadler goes on and on with his speech, and then Bondi wants to answer with, her own story, her own narrative. You can call it spin if you want. But the question is a legit one, whether we're talking about, the Attorney General's office under Pam Bondi or under Merrick Garland and the the Biden administration and so forth. How many Epstein associates has her Department of Justice indicted? And as of now, no one. But this is where I stand up for Pam Bondi, and I say, listen, she walked into, the Attorney General's office, and she inherits all of this mess. She also said that there are investigations that are pending. You can't walk into your office as the Attorney General day one and just start indicting people. Now, the problem, and I've said this multiple times, so forgive me, but one of the problems is that Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and Bongino, they set the bar high. They set the bar really high. And so they spent all that time on Sean Hannity's show and talk radio and so forth saying that they were going to go in and start indicting people, and, well, they haven't. But I'm giving her some grace here because you can't just walk right in there and start indicting people without looking at all of the information. Joe Biden, Donald Trump has done 50 times what the Biden administration did on this issue. Same with Obama. So remember, she walks into the Department of Justice. You have all of these documents that they need to go through, millions, because they just released 3 million. So you've got all of these documents that came, and they were already redacted. We talked about this the other day. All these documents were redacted that came in from the FBI. So you have all of this information that has been redacted, not at the DOJ, but at the FBI. You had a bunch of documents that were hidden as well. So they had to go find the documents too. You had documents that, who knows what was truthful and what wasn't? Who knows what was credible and what wasn't? So it is a legit question to ask, how many people has your office indicted? But it is also a legit question to say, well, what about Joe Biden? What about Barack Obama? And sure, what about Donald Trump in the first administration? This has been an ongoing issue. But then Jamie Raskin, of course, Democrat, comes in and jumps to the aid of Jerry Nadler. I've got that audio for you next. This, by the way, part of Joan Jones and her favorite moment from the testimony of Pam Bondi yesterday on Capitol Hill, 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, 6:16, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Partly cloudy and cool with a high of 55. Real quickly, Sam, can you look up for me so far the Daily Dan poll on YouTube? Watch us on Facebook. My preference is YouTube, X, 997WTN.com, Rumble and all that. So, but we have a poll on YouTube. Mm-hmm. Grade Pam Bondi's appearance in front of I think it was a House Judiciary Committee. I think that's what it was yesterday.
Yeah, if it's Jim Jordan, then yeah.
Yeah, he was the guy in charge. So what are people saying?
So we only get 4 options of answers, but she definitely didn't fail. So I left F off of the grade sheet. A, B, C, D, 35% saying A, 24% saying B, 24% saying C, and 18% saying D.
So there's definitely people that were not impressed. And that's what I've noticed too.
Yeah.
Within our audience, and our audience is very conservative, but even amongst the most conservative of us, I can tell you that there are people that feel like not enough has been done to go after and indict the perpetrators. So that being said, Pam Bondi versus Jamie Raskin, who had jumped to the aid of High Pants Jerry Nadler.
We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to answer.
The question was, how many of Epstein...
They don't like the answer, Chairman.
my time.
Because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So he asked a 4-minute question.
Restore 45 seconds, Mr. Nadler, please, Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can...
And see, here's what's going on. And Joan, you watched this just like I did, some of it anyway, where, you know, these guys, they come in with their 4-minute monologue, and then they'll have a, 25-second question, and they expect the witness, in this case Pam Bondi, to just, acquiesce to their demands and come up with a little 15-second answer as they've been monologuing and throwing all of these darn accusations against the Trump administration and Pam Bondi.
I heard that.
No, you didn't. Heard of what? Anyway, here's more.
They also
go ahead.
They also do it's a yes or no answer, and that's all I require.
It's not a yes or no.
I know.
It is not a yes or no. And again, Republicans do this too. But for Jerry Nadler, this whole thing was just pathetic. And I thought Nadler looked particularly bad, as did Jamie Raskin. By the way, Raskin, as much as I don't like Jerry Nadler, I think Raskin is just a snake. He's not even a snake in the grass. He's just a snake.
Filibuster all day long, but not on our watch. Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
I love that last part. Loser lawyer, you're not even a lawyer.
Which goes to the fact that he's even in the Senate and he's not a lawyer. I mean, there are some people who are not, but for the most part, it's supposed to be the upper chamber, people who are of some note, some quality.
Right.
But we have him in there instead.
I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Washed up, loser lawyer, you're not even a lawyer. As I said, she was not going to suffer fools yesterday. And I do like the fact that she stood up for herself. I do like the fact that she stood up for the Trump administration. We do need to see action on Epstein. We do need to see indictments. I think that right now the bottom line is that they're going through all of these documents. There is another moment where Pam Bondi was asked if she would apologize to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Clearly, that was not going to happen.
The president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it.
Yep. So she was pretty much, again, ready for battle when she arrived. She also, by the way, spoke about how this has been going on for years, the Epstein case spanning Obama, Donald Trump's first term, of course, Joe Biden as well, and here in Donald Trump's second term. The question is, does she ultimately have a reason to apologize? Now, I'm going to call balls and strikes on this because I do think that Pam Bondi and the Trump administration, there have been times when they have not been great on this issue. And as I've said this so many times, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, they all came in talking big about Epstein, and they failed miserably on this issue. Bondi saying the files were on her desk. They released a bunch of files to influencers. Most, if not all, was heavily redacted or old news. We do still have some redactions that have been happening, which by the legislation that was passed, there were to be no redactions. Remember, the legislation was passed, and they had a certain date that they, when I forget what the date was, but they missed the deadline, and there were redactions. But as I've mentioned a couple of different times now, that some of those redactions, maybe a lot of those redactions, were actually done at the FBI level. And so the FBI gave redacted documents to Pam Bondi and her Department of Justice. So there's a lot to this. It's not just, well, the documents were redacted by the DOJ. Well, no, a lot of these, even at the grand jury level, some of these documents have been redacted as well. So you can't hang that just on Pam Bondi. You can't even hang that on, the FBI under Kash Patel. The question is, where are the unredacted documents? So a couple of things can be true. There's a lot of theatrics here. Both sides do it. Always happens. It gets a little boring. But here's where they get into the nitty-gritty of Pam Bondi owing the victims an apology. I'm going to get to that coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, because there was a lot of fireworks. And this was one of the most viral moments from yesterday's testimony with Pam Bondi. 6:23 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 6:30. Joan, what you got?
Tell you about a lawsuit against Nissan by a local city. What that's all about. It's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much, Joan. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Stoltz Co. This is a great Tennessee company. They do continue to grow and expand. They do build incredible pole barns at Stoltz Co. Now, what are these pole barns? What can they do for you? Well, you can have one built, use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, barn dominiums. I've been talking about my fascination with barn dominiums, or pole barns that you can live in for a long time now. And these barn dominiums these days with Stoltz Co., they are new and improved. They're offering you turnkey options, which means they do handle the design, the construction, and the amazing finishing touches as well. You turn the key and you are home thanks to Stoltz Co. So your new pole barn, again, can be used for anything you want, just about. I mean, you have some land that needs some sort of a building for whatever you want. Call my friends at Stoltz Co. I was talking to a guy at an event. This was about 6 months ago now. I forget which one it was. But he had Stoltz Co. come out, as a matter of fact. They built him a man cave. He had a big piece of property, and he wanted a place where he could go to, basically, he said, escape my family. And so he had a pole barn made. It was like a man cave. He's got a big old TV out there, a bunch of recliners. You can use your new pole barn for anything. 615-622-5992. You can also find Stoltz Co. on Instagram and Facebook to see examples of their incredible work around Middle Tennessee. STOLTZCO, StoltzCo.com. Dan Mandis here. Want to tell you about my buddy Dr. Jeff Horn and all the vision pros at Vision for Life. I keep saying over and over again in Dr. Horn's reviews at Vision for Life, it's his patients saying, I should not have waited. I got to tell you, I couldn't agree more. You know, before my lens replacement surgery, I dealt with the constant hassle of glasses and contacts. Reading and driving and working, everything just felt harder than it needed to be. Now, these days, I can see clearly at every distance, and it has honestly changed my day-to-day life. So when I read review after review from patients saying the same thing, I wish that I had done this sooner. It really does hit home, because that was me too. Now, I don't want you to say the same thing. So if you've been considering some sort of vision correction surgery or procedure, you've got to call my friends at Vision for Life at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. If you are dealing with age-related vision loss, cataracts, you're just tired of blurry vision, do yourself a favor and don't wait. Call Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. He takes the time to evaluate your eyes and create a plan that is right for you. 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com. Tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
Good morning. It's 6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Sumner County is considering options to move residents off the Nashville Electric service and into a different power company. Matt Schoaf is a Sumner County commissioner. He spoke to WSMV4.
These folks here are the customers, but none of their representatives have any direct authority over NES or Nashville. Those of us who are serviced by NES and who don't happen to live in Davidson County, we want something to change.
NES is governed by a 5-member board appointed, of course, by the mayor of Nashville. So some customers in the surrounding counties say they'd like more representation on whatever company serves that area. The city of Deckard is suing Nissan. The company is saying its water system has faced significant losses, and they accuse the Nissan powertrain plant of receiving unmetered water since 2018. Tullahoma News says that the lawsuit seeks reimbursement for its losses plus compensation for legal fees. The death of actor James Van Der Beek from colorectal cancer is raising awareness and questions, too, about that disease.
Colorectal cancer affects the lower intestine and is the second most common cancer in both men and women. About 160,000 people are expected to be diagnosed this year, with more than 55,000 annual deaths. One major concern: more people under 50 are being diagnosed. Belly pain and fatigue are symptoms, as well as a change in bowel habits, blood in your stool, and weight loss. Doctors emphasize the importance of diet and exercise, but say there's no known cause of colorectal cancer.
ABC's Andrea Fuji. Now, James Vanderbeek announced in 24 that he had cancer. He was 48 years old. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 632 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is February and love is in the air. And Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they are sweetening the season with their Valentine's Sweetheart Deal giveaway. Now, new customers, when you join the yearly Beehive membership anytime here in the month of February, you're automatically registered to win the Sweetheart Deal giveaway. One lucky winner is going to enjoy an exclusive relaxing massage from Third Coast Salt. They are Wilson County's best, and a $100 Visa gift card for a romantic dinner for two. So tune in for the live drawing. It's going to happen on Friday, February 13th on Facebook Live. And by the way, Tennessee, when storms hit, Busy Bee has your back with storm-focused savings ready to protect your home. So right now, you can get 40% off a whole home surge protector with repairs, and you can take $500 off select whole home water repipes as well. And by the way, don't forget the Busy Bee favorite, the 93 or free main line clog promotion. They can't clear it, you don't pay. That's how it's going to go. So don't wait. Call them 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Buzz on over to busybehvac.com. And by the way, I'm going to be out at the Southern Home and Garden Expo this Saturday, Wilson County Fairgrounds. This Saturday, 9:30 to noon, out there hanging out with Busy Bee. So if you want to come out and say hello, feel free to. That's going to be Saturday, this coming Saturday, 9:30 to 12 at the Southern Home and Garden Expo at the Wilson County Fairgrounds. 634 on WTN.
So there's a crash on 24 westbound in Antioch right now. It's at Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60, and the crash is off on the right shoulder. Harpeth Hills, Highway 100 at 96. That's another scene of a crash. And Murfreesboro Pike in Antioch. The eastbound lanes at Old Hickory Boulevard, that's the scene of a crash as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
637 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. JT says that he scored Pam Bondi a C because he says he felt like Pam Bondi is all about getting her face on TV. If she would just stay calm and just keep reiterating that their party, the Democrats, had plenty of time, she would have scored an A. You can call the other side an idiot civilly, he says. Ask the British Parliament. Hear, hear. So that's what JT says. The super text line is all over the place on whether or not Pam Bondi did a good job or not. By the way, real quickly, Joan, I don't know if you saw this, but this was on CNN as breaking news, and I thought this was interesting. There's a report now, breaking news, that the police in Tucson have asked Nancy Guthrie's neighbors for video from their own video cameras from January 11th and January 31st.
January 11th and January 31st.
Now, here's what I don't get, and then I'll get back to the Pam Bondi stuff.
Okay.
But she disappeared on the night of January 31st, right?
Yes.
So how is it they're just now asking for that video? I mean, we went through, I don't want to do a deep dive on this today, but we did a deep dive yesterday on this about the miscues of the police there in Tucson in investigating the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. So on January 31st, I mean, you would have thought that one of the first things that they would do is ask for the video from the neighbors, as part of the opening blush of the investigation. Now, I don't know what was happening on January 11th and why that particular day would be a day of interest, a day of interest for the investigation. Maybe something was delivered to her house. Maybe that's why they want to see that. I don't know. But the January 31st thing, that just kind of boggles me. It's like, how have you not asked for that before?
Yeah, and it took him several days. Now, there was a camera on top of her house, apparently.
Yep.
And it took a few days for them to take that camera off the roof. And we haven't seen it. Now, we don't have to know everything. I get it.
Right.
But there's been nothing that's been said about, they could see cars going up and down the street, presumably, with a camera on the roof.
Yeah. And I don't understand some of the things that have happened, including the lack of air support for the search and the first hours of the investigation. Some of this stuff just is mind-boggling to me that they failed on. And I do understand this is Tucson, Arizona. We're not talking about a large metropolis, if you will. But I mean, I'm a knucklehead, and I can tell when mistakes are made, and I can tell that, what's the first thing that you do? I mean, I've watched, so many things on TV, investigations into murders and so forth. And, one of the first things they do is get the air support up or get some drones up or something. And they've said this is a very inexperienced police force, and these detectives that are looking into this, they don't have a lot of experience. And you were talking yesterday about how it took them a long time to even ask for help from the FBI. So we finally got the video out. They had to, really scrape to get the video put together of the guy in the mask on the porch going in. And so we had that story the last couple of days. Now they found a couple of gloves out in the area of this of where her house was, I guess. So now they're hoping to get some DNA off of that. So
I also heard yesterday or overnight, I guess, that the FBI is now using part of the Border Patrol's, and I'm not sure what they were saying, either tech, CBP tech, or I'm not sure what exactly the name of the group is, but these guys are trained on scouring that type, like desert type ground.
Right.
And he said, it was Paul Morrow from Fox News who was talking about it. He said, I'm a guy from the city. I wouldn't know how to scour a desert around all, that type of terrain. He said, and people from there wouldn't know what to do in a big city like New York City. So these guys are specifically trained to go out because there's all that scrub. And that's like you and I have grass, in our yards. They have scrub. And searching those things is a very specified trait that has to be taught. And these guys are out there now, finally on the ground, doing those kind of searches.
Do we know how close it was to the house? The gloves?
The glove. It was actually on a street. So on, I think, her street, leading into the neighborhood.
Again, you didn't scan the area?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So another thing about that is that that type of scrub and with a lot of cactus and those types of plants, a lot of the gardeners, and she lived in $1 million home, so it was an area that would have gardeners. A lot of those gardeners use thick gloves so that they don't ruin their hands while they're doing their work. So this, it may or may not be an actual clue. They have to get the DNA first if they can. So, It's kind of an iffy thing. I feel like we're holding on to every single clue now because something's got to turn up.
1778 says this, and I understand why 1778 feels like this. The thing that really bothers me about this is how much attention it is getting on the news. If any one of us were abducted and held for ransom, it wouldn't even get a tenth of the resources involved that this one is getting in this case, and so on and so forth. Here's why I think this is going on, why there's such media attention. It's because everybody knows who Savannah Guthrie is, right? And there's a lot of people.
Not everybody does, but go ahead.
Okay. A lot of people know who Savannah Guthrie is. And so this has a very TMZ feel to it, right?
Yeah.
And so if you know who Savannah Guthrie is, and if you know who she is, odds are you like her, right? She's a very likable person. I don't know if I've ever even seen her on television, but whatever. I know who she is. And so the reason why this is getting so much media coverage is because people are interested in it because they know Savannah Guthrie. Most people who get abducted, you don't necessarily know who they are.
Yeah.
But, and that's just, it's all about clicks and views. That's the bottom line. And people, like it or not, people are interested in this. And we can argue that they shouldn't be interested in it, but I mean, there's a lot of people that are interested in it. Some people aren't, but I can guarantee you that if you go to, the most Googled things in the last couple of days, or, what are people clicking on social media? It has to do with Nancy Guthrie's abduction because that's what people are interested in because it has all the things, right? It's got celebrity, it's got ransom, it's got an element of Keystone Cops as well. So there's a reason why people are interested in it. Whether or not that, says terrible things about our society is up to you to, but I get why people would say that.
We didn't know who John Benet Ramsey was or her parents before she was kidnapped.
That's true.
And, we were all hanging on to every moment of that story.
Right, exactly. All right,
Elizabeth Smart, all those abductions. It's the nature of it that's, and I think it does say a lot about us that we're also interested.
Here. You want to know one of my favorites of the day? Then I'm going to get back to the Pam Bondi thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan, they're doing a good job of distracting you from how Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million, for example. Dude, 75-70, I've done that segment at least 4 times when it was, all over the headlines. The thing is, and this is the challenge of doing a show like this, is that I don't get to all the news that I want to get to every single day. But I've covered that multiple times, and I will tell you that if it is, in the news, top of the news tomorrow, I'll be covering it then as well. So
I would love an update on the apple cider terrorist.
The apple cider terrorist
We're not
as well.
getting one because it was an inside job.
All right, moving right along. Pam Bondi. So does she owe the victims of the Epstein situation an apology? This was a big part of what happened yesterday. By the way, Pam Bondi getting absolutely crucified on the super text line. But this is how the whole thing went down. The Democrats are demanding, I'm sorry, we didn't do traffic. Real quick, traffic on WTN. All right, so as far as your weather goes, we're talking about partly cloudy and cool with a high of 55. Now, Democrats, it is their contention that because when that massive trove of files were released, the 3 million or so files were released, there were some pages that were redacted and some say should not have been, and other things that should have been redacted, like pages that identified victims and in some cases nude photos of victims as well. So this was part of that conversation.
Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
that's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
why
I have asked
didn't she ask Merrick Garland this twice?
I am reclaiming my time, and when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady has reclaimed her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say this.
I'll direct it to
what
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm not going to get in
interrupting.
the gutter with this woman.
And so it goes on. And that's what this whole thing, as far as the apology goes, there were definitely some mistakes made. This was clearly, though, a gotcha moment for Pramila Jayapal. Merrick Garland was in the same exact spot. This is one of the things that Pam Bondi said, and they did not probe or attack him in the way that they've been going after Pam Bondi. So, no good deed goes unpunished, right? So she ultimately is under the gun to release 3 million documents related to Epstein. The demands of this release were legislative. Remember that, Donald Trump signed into law and Congress passed that piece of legislation that said that they had to release all of the Epstein files unredacted and so forth. And she had just a month or so, month and a half or whatever it was to get it done. And so she did the best that she could. Unfortunately, there was indeed some stuff that should have been redacted that wasn't. The bottom line on this whole thing, Joan, let me ask you this question. Do you feel like we learned anything new from yesterday?
No, not a thing.
We didn't learn anything new.
But it's not what they're designed for,
No, it's designed to, number one, get people on the record. But number two, it's designed for everyone to score their political points. They're going to try to make their points. They're going to try to attack the other side as well. So all over social media, you have folks that are saying, Pam Bondi ruled the libs, and you've got the libs saying that the libs, own Pam Bondi. At the end of the day, we have 3 million documents that have been released, and Donald Trump's administration has released, I believe, the most documents that any administration has. And unfortunately, some mistakes were made. They're doing the best that they can. She, in her opening statement, said that they had, I think, like 500 attorneys combing through all of these documents. You've got to realize, and I'm not sticking up for Pam Bondi, but just the sheer massive amount of documents that they had to go over. And unfortunately, yes, stuff was missed. Bottom line, though, this was all about theatrics, and I don't really know if we learned. You know what, Super Texters, did you learn anything new from watching what you saw yesterday, if you watched it or if you just watched the clips? 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan has the news coming up at 7. Joan.
The amazing reason why an athlete from Ukraine was barred from competing yesterday. We'll tell you the story coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
WTN 6:52 on Super Talk. Loan Pronto. Listen, Loan Pronto has fixed rate mortgages with APRs as low as 4.89%. That is the lowest in years. Dan Mandis here. Smart homeowners are taking advantage of this while they can. If you got stuck in a 6% loan, you can lower your payment big time, or you can keep that primary mortgage intact and get cash out of your home's equity with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Now, one homeowner just got, listen to this, $250,000 out of their home's equity. They paid off their credit cards and a couple of car loans as well. And yes, they cut their monthly expenses by $2,000. So you call right now. You see what option works best for you. But don't miss the big rate drop of 2026. Ask about new home loans, VA loans, full cash out refis, or their famous Rapid Equity Loan. You can close in less than 2 weeks, and you may be able to skip your next 2 house payments altogether. Call them at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. LoanPronto.com is the place you can get your free instant home appraisal with no hard credit pull. 615-499-5780, LoanPronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, APR for well-qualified buyers. Visit NMLSconsumeraccess.org. So I got called out yesterday, Joan.
For what now?
It's like, be more specific, Mandis. I have not yet had my colonoscopy.
I did see that.
And
the death of James Vanderbeek is
the death of James Vanderbeek.
To the forefront.
Now I'm going to be honest. I had to ask who he was. Honest, I didn't know what show was he on.
Dawson's Creek.
Okay, I never watched
Varsity Blue. Like there's a whole list of things he's famous for.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm not dissing him. I'm just saying that I didn't know who he was. So, and I guess he leaned actually conservative. So when he died and word came that he died, Amy let me know, and then Murphy's show called me out on the radio because I have not yet, at the age of 58, had my colonoscopy as of yet.
Is that right?
So I'm in the middle of my slumber time, right? I don't officially go to bed until like about 5, but I start really winding down at about 3. All of a sudden, I'm getting hammered by people sending me messages on social media about how I need to go get my colonoscopy. And I haven't not heard it, but apparently Murphy's show, he had to have said something. So, because I'm getting text messages and such from people telling me to go get my colonoscopy. So, you can stop now. I went and I got my appointment. I've made my initial appointment. So
you want people to stop tearing you a new one over it?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to happen later, apparently, when this.
Yuck.
Anyway, so yeah, I got to go in for like an initial, and then I'm going to go through the cleansing, which, by the way, the cleansing, that's the time you really want to weigh yourself and feel good.
Yes.
That's from what I'm told. Because, like every morning you get on the scale, as me, I get on the scale and it's like, dang it, what did I eat? Why am I like a half a pound heavier? So the big weigh-in will be the day that I go in and actually get my colonoscopy after I do the cleanse.
Banks.
All right, it is. Listen, I had a cube of ice for breakfast this morning. Leave me alone. I'm totally kidding. I'm not that neurotic. Anyway, it is 7 o'clock.
I'm surprised you don't have Uggs to go with your Starbucks.
I like Uggs, actually.
And there we go.
7 o'clock, Congressman Matt Vaneps is coming up next. He's going to talk about a whole lot of stuff, including what the heck happened in El Paso yesterday. It is all straight ahead on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Pretty cold to start us off today. It's 31 right now. We'll get sunshine and 54 later. Stefano's full forecast after the news. Flu activity is at a high in Tennessee, and there's a lot of flu cases in Coffee County. Now, the schools there say they'll be closed today and tomorrow to allow students and staff to rest and recover, and also to reduce the spread of illness. What good fortune for them, because Monday is President's Day, so kids won't be back in school until Tuesday. Coffee County schools say that maintenance and custodial teams will sanitize and disinfect classrooms during that downtime. Got a heads up for commuters about a closure on I-65 tonight. TDOT crews are shutting down all lanes on I-65 north in Sumner County and US 31 west so that crews can work on a new bridge there. The closure will last through tonight and tomorrow. They begin at 8 o'clock at night, and they'll open up the roadway again at 5. Detours will be posted. In the Nancy Guthrie disappearance case, investigators are now testing for DNA evidence from those gloves that were found near Guthrie's home. And after releasing the video of the person at the front door of her home, authorities are now following up on 18,000 tips. ABC News contributor and retired FBI agent Richard Frankel on how investigators parse through so many leads.
You have the big data programs that you can put these leads into. You can look for certain specificity to this case that would make it more of a priority than not. You also have the agents and the analysts and the detectives.
Yeah, and in other news of the morning, a Ukrainian athlete's been disqualified from the Winter Olympics over the helmet that he wanted to wear during competition. He's a skeleton athlete. His helmet showed images of more than 20 Ukrainian athletes who were killed in the war with Russia. Mark Adams is at the International Olympic Committee. He's the spokesperson there, and he talked about the decision to bar that man from competition.
It's not about his message. It's absolutely not about the message that he wanted to give. It's simply the place. He would not consider the many compromises that we offered him, and regretfully, he will not start and will not compete.
Now, Olympic officials suggested that the athlete wear a black armband instead. He just said no. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures pointing up now. Dow futures plus 135. NASDAQ futures up 73. S&P futures plus 21. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a couple of problems on 65 southbound side coming in this morning from the White House area. There's an accident. It's on the right shoulder just past Bethel Road. Also 65 south in Goodlettsville. A crash takes out the left lane at mile marker 100. 840 west in Almaville, make that just past Almaville Road, exit 47. The crash there in the left shoulder. And then just one more in Antioch, Murfreesboro Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7. WTN.
.706 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in, and I want to say welcome on in to Congressman Matt Vaneps, 7th Congressional District. And Congressman, great to have you on. How are you this morning?
I'm doing great, Dan. Thank you so much for having me. Really excited to be on. And as you know, you were the very first interview we did back in June, and always great to be on.
Are you getting used to people being calling you Congressman? No,
not at all. I prefer Matt. And no, it's but let me just start by saying what a just complete honor. It's just I'm so honored and humbled by being here. So thankful for those that sent me here, and it's not lost on me. It's something that I think about every single day as we come into the office and I look at the Capitol. It is truly a pinch me moment, and that's a feeling that won't go away. And I'm just I understand the magnitude of this responsibility, and I'm so grateful for everyone that has sent me here, and we're working hard already.
Well, you guys were up late last night, I guess. You there in the House of Representatives, you passed a new version of the SAVE Act. So So tell me about that experience, and tell me tell me what's in the SAVE Act.
Yeah, so now it's the Save America Act.
Yep.
So Safeguard American Voter Eligibility America Act. And so this one is really straightforward. This is about protecting our elections, our federal elections. And so it does a few things. It requires any voter to show a photo ID when they cast a ballot. So absentee and mail-in can attach a copy of their ID to the ballot, so that's taken care of. It requires states to obtain documentary proof of U.S. citizenship in person when registering an individual to vote. So also pretty straightforward. And it requires states to check for non-citizens and ineligible registrants on their rolls monthly. So this one is a very straightforward, protecting our elections. When we think about this, it's about not just securing elections, but restoring trust, protecting against foreign influence. And you think about all the times an ID is required: buying a beer, picking up a prescription, renting a car, boarding a flight. You go through, there's many others. And across the country, voting in American elections has not been one of those. So this one is pretty clear cut, and excited and honored to have voted in support of that.
It is interesting. So there was a SAVE Act that was voted and passed months ago in 2025. And now the new SAVE Act is, as you said, the Save America Act, with all of these just common sense. I mean, this stuff is just, and I realize that I'm a, frothing at the mouth conservative, and I want a credible and fair and free elections. But all of this stuff does seem to be common sense. And what do you think is going to happen in the Senate, though? Because the problem that we have is that the Senate, because this is like a stricter version of the original version. The original version, as you know, it was only providing ID to register to vote. Now, in the Save America Act, they are saying that you need ID to actually vote every time. Love about the voter rolls and all that other stuff. Is there a feeling in Washington, D.C., generally speaking, though, that the Senate is not going to be able to get this done?
Well, it's a great question, Dan, and I think it's a question we're having on a number of things to include, and I hope we talk about it too. But on the DHS appropriations, there's a real question there. I think it was one Democrat that crossed over and voted with us last night with Republicans on this issue, and this is a better than 80-20 issue. There's a Gallup poll from October of 24 that 84% of people favor providing photo ID at their voting places, 83% providing proof of citizenship. I mean, this is what the American people want. And it's really staggering to me that Democrats are not jumping on board to support this. To your point, this is very common sense. This is about election integrity. It's the fundamental premise of our republic. And we should get this right.
Well, I hope the Senate does the right thing, but I also understand that there's a lot of nuance to the discussion, especially when we talk about eliminating the filibuster and all those kinds of things. But let's go ahead. You mentioned DHS funding and all that, so let's go ahead and segue to that, because you do have this attempt to tie DHS funding to the SAVE Act and some of these other things. What do you think is going to happen with DHS funding? Because clearly the DHS does need to be funded.
Absolutely. And so the president is the negotiator in chief, and he is working with the Senate right now on that. To step back, zoom out for just a minute. This appropriations bill, 12 appropriations bills, 96% of the government is funded right now. And one of the things that we were very interested in working on behalf of is getting back to regular order, so that we pass appropriations bills, then we have a budget, and we use the budget to pass, authorizations bills, we have a budget, and then we pass the appropriations bills. And Tom Cole and the appropriators did amazing work to get those through. So 96% of the government is funded, and that sets Trump administration policies and priorities, decreases overall spending, and shifts priorities to areas that make a lot of sense. So we're moving in that direction, not fully there yet, but this is a step in that direction. And we have to fund DHS. I'm on the Homeland Security Committee, which I'm grateful to be on. And this is it's not just about ICE. This is about FEMA. It's about Secret Service, Coast Guard, Border Patrol, critical functions, TSA, critical functions that protect America. And so we've got to get this right. I'm learning more too about Senate procedures, which I'm not an expert on. But there's a whole lot of work going on there, and there's discussion about the talking filibuster. But I think Thune said that it would be the first time in 100 years that process would be taking place, and I don't think they're there yet. But that's part of what they're working on to get this done. We've got to get it done.
Yeah, we do for a lot of different reasons. DHS, does need to be funded, and I think that they're already going to be funded based on past budgets. But part of the problem that we have right now is that we do have people on the left, and they are just acting so incredibly crazy. One of the things that I thought was interesting, there's a story actually in the news today that I'm going to do here in a little bit about how there's even been more threats. A guy was actually arrested in Portland, Oregon, because he was getting ready to kill a bunch of ICE agents, and they got him just in the nick of time. But right now, we live in a country where we have politicians in the House of Representatives and the Senate, local level as well, who are essentially advocating for or supporting people who are calling for violence against ICE. And so we are living in just a really weird time where elected officials are essentially advocating for violence based on their rhetoric against law enforcement. And I know somebody who is obviously been in the military. You have to take this personally, especially, somebody who has been in the National Guard. I think you're still in the National Guard, right?
Yeah, that's right. Still in the National Guard. I do take it personally, Dan. And we had a hearing this week, an oversight hearing for the Department of Homeland Security that included ICE, CBP, and USCIS. And I think there was a couple. My takeaways. I've several takeaways, but a couple of those is the first and foremost. I'm confident in the leadership in the Trump administration for what they're doing to protect our country and our communities. And their professionals are working really hard. These folks that were there, so Rodney Scott, Commissioner of Border Patrol, Todd Lyons, the Director for ICE, and Joseph Edlow of USCIS, these folks have spanned multiple administrations, going back to the Clinton era. So these are people that have worked in Democratic administrations, through the Trump administration. And, a couple of the points that they made is they've not seen it this bad ever. And, they're real professionals. And the rhetoric that came out of the Democrats in this hearing was absolutely inexcusable, to include, and you may have talked about this earlier this week, but MacGyver out of New Jersey, I literally dropped, I was texting my team for some coordinating things for a follow-on meeting, and I literally dropped my phone when I heard her line of questioning. And she was basically asking if Director Lyons was going to go to hell, and she was criticizing religion and just the most absurd things. And it's that kind of rhetoric that is absolutely inexcusable, that puts law enforcement at risk, and we cannot stand for it.
Well, coming up, we've got Congressman Matt Vaneps joining us. Locally, you have some very harsh words for NES, and it's almost like get in line, but going to get your take on what I would call the abysmal failure of NES. Straight ahead, 7:15, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, as far as your weather goes, partly cloudy today, cool and high of 55. All right, so Congressman, I know that there's been a lot of people who have been very critical of what has happened with NES. They are saying, and the mayor is saying, oh, we're going to get to the bottom of this. I don't know. I'm a little cynical. What do you think?
Yeah, so let me start. we sent a letter to the mayor. We sent a letter to NES, and I'll get to that. I'd love to just give a quick update too on the overall process. And this was my top priority for the team. All the folks in district staying in touch with our 14 counties. A whole lot of folks suffered in this, and we got out and saw. We went to 6 different counties when we could actually get out and travel. Went to TEMA, several nonprofits, talked to the TVA CEO, visited EMAs in 5 of those counties, and seeing people come together in a really hard time. That's what Tennesseans do, and it was great to see. We are staying in contact with all those counties and with the White House. So we signed onto the letter requesting the president to do the major disaster declaration, which he did. Public assistance, which provides support to local governments, utilities, certain nonprofits, has been approved for a number of counties. We're staying in touch with the White House about individual assistance that provides additional funding to individuals. And so that's under federal review right now. But, I think to your earlier point, a whole lot of questions about it, and we need to dive into this, about NES's performance here and what the mayor's office and team could have done better. And so our letter to the mayor outlined a very prescriptive, detailed after-action review format that we would love to see incorporated. We've asked for a briefing on the situation that we sent it a week ago in 2 weeks. So we're hoping that briefing happens in about a week or so, so that we can ask really pointed questions and get to the bottom of it. At NES, in our letter there, I would say it was more critical than the one sent to the mayor, although I think we were being very pointed in both. But we want to know about these funding priorities. We want to know about vegetation management and where that went. We want to know about the over 100 DEI trainings that have happened and what those priorities and funding look like, because this is about accountability. So many people suffered. We've got to get back on track. We've got to learn from this. We've got to hold people accountable, and we've got to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
Well, that is absolutely the truth, and hopefully they're learning from their mistakes. I interviewed somebody from the Metro Council yesterday, and one of the questions that I asked was that I asked if she was confident that this group of board members for NES would even be able to implement whatever changes that need to be made, and she said absolutely not. So. Would you come back on WTN once you have that briefing with those folks and let us know how it went?
Absolutely, Dan. I would love to do that. Would be absolutely honored to come back on and talk that. And then a bunch of the other issues we're working. There's a whole lot we're working on, and just excited to be here fighting on behalf of the Tennessee 7th, and very grateful to be here.
Very good. And give me your, I know you've been to Washington, D.C. before, so part of what I wanted to ask you was, President Trump had the National Guard in Washington, D.C. I believe that he still has some troops there, although there is a story from the Daily Mail that says that President Trump is said to be withdrawing National Guard troops from blue cities after the Supreme Court ruled against him temporarily back in December. They're saying that the president is quietly removing some of these National Guard troops from blue cities. I'll get into that here in a little bit. But have you noticed a marked difference between, the Washington, D.C. that you knew before Donald Trump and now?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I've just on a couple of nights as I've been walking back and out of the office, I've seen different groups of National Guard soldiers that are out and about. And I told them, thanks for being out here doing what they're doing. But it absolutely provides additional protections and securities, and they're great. Serving in the National Guard, I know these soldiers. They're great professional soldiers, committed to their states and country, and I'm very proud of the work that they're doing. And the results speak for themselves. Overall murder and crime down in D.C. And I think there's a really important piece to this, Dan, and that's when we look at Memphis. Memphis is a great example of this going right when Governor Lee and state officials work with federal law enforcement in a cooperative way, and we see what's happening. Overall crime is down. I think it's 40. The murder rate is down 47%.
Yeah.
In Memphis, overall violent crime is down 30%. And I talked about this in the hearing, and it was one of the points that I wanted to make in the Homeland Security hearing, is that this is what we should take as best practices across the country on ways to work with the president. And when the governor has done a great job leading on this, and it's a great example. And I'm proud of the work that the president has done to bring law and order across our country, and excited to be fighting on that behalf.
All right, so are you hanging out with like Tim Burchett and Scott Desjardins and some of these other folks? Are they kind of giving you the tour, showing you the ropes and all that?
All of the Tennessee delegation has been so helpful to just understand all kinds of things. From that very first moment about how to vote, it was being on the House floor for the first time and not having the card, where the electronic voting card. So they showed me how to walk up to the front and fill the paperwork out and submit the votes, which was very helpful. But the entire Tennessee delegation has been just really great and helpful. Chuck Fleischman has been great. He's my designated whip. So when bills get whipped, he comes around with the card and gets my position on it, and is part of the whole whip process, and he's great. So very thankful for the entire delegation.
Really interesting. All right, well, we'll talk again soon. Congressman Matt Vaneps joining us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and really looking forward to hearing a follow-up on their conversations with NES, because I think that for a lot of folks, they are still looking for answers on the absolute train wreckery of NES. So I'm glad he's looking into that. It is 7:24. Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, there's some breaking news this morning. A couple of Navy ships have collided. I've got the story for you coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All righty, 7:24, Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Glock store. We've had conversations about the Glock store and how they are now fully functional. The power is back on in their massive retail showroom, and the Shoot 270 indoor ranges are also now powered back up, and those great deals they have going on right now do indeed continue. I had a buddy of mine who is considering buying his wife a pink Glock for Valentine's Day. So, I don't know, Joan, is that a romantic gift, buying your wife a pink Glock for Valentine's Day?
I'd kind of like that.
See, I like it too.
I think it's nice.
What doesn't, scream love more than gunpowder and lead?
Then, honey, go out and protect yourself, because I love you.
Okay, now, let me ask you a question, Joan. Would you see a pink Glock as sexist?
No, not even a little bit.
Okay. Well, listen.
No, in fact, I want to get, the accoutrements for mine so that the handle's pink.
Okay.
I want to change the color of the handle. Yeah, I get it.
What color do you want to change your Glock to, the handle? It's currently pink, and you want to change it to what?
No, I want to change it to pink.
You want to change it to pink?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Hot pink or just pink?
I think just pink would get dirty quicker.
Okay.
Because your hands are always on it. So,
right.
Yeah.
You can do that at the Glock store, Joan.
I see.
I'm just saying. Anyway, they've got all kinds of great gear going on, specials going on at the Glock store. You can get the new Glock GTL2 weapon lights for less than $155 and 43X magazines for under $19. Check them out. My friends at the Glock store, again, all powered up and ready for business. The Glock store, minutes from the airport, worth a drive from anywhere. Dan Mandis here, Super Talk 89.7 WTN for Xfinity and their 5-year price guarantee gold medal celebration. So when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. And now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right. No contracts, no commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online and streaming highlight reels or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price is not going to budge for 5 years. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games rolls around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You will still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. 5 years. This is a 5-year price guarantee. And by the way, there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed. That price, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That is a $10.99 value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Find them online, xfinity.com, or drop into a store today.
Good morning. It is now 7:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There's breaking news this morning as 2 U.S. Navy vessels have collided in the Caribbean. This happened during a refueling, and it happened yesterday. The guided missile destroyer USS Truxtun and the fast combat support ship USNS Supply collided. 2 people suffered minor injuries. The Wall Street Journal says there is no clear cause of that collision just yet. A Clarksville mother will spend the next 17 years in prison for the starving death of her disabled son. Cheyenne Dawn Maddox, convicted last year of reckless homicide and aggravated child neglect. Her son, Kadaris Maddox, was 13 and confined to a wheelchair. A former Tennessee police officer charged with statutory rape while on duty. 24-year-old Clayton Fox was an officer with the Tellico Plains Police Department when he allegedly had sexual contact with a minor. TBI says he gave false information to investigators when questioned about that incident. And on a 218-213 vote, the House has passed the Save America Act. That bill, backed by President Trump, requires photo ID at polling places and more. Here's newly minted Congressman Matt Vaneps a few moments ago with Dan.
It requires states to obtain documentary proof of U.S. citizenship in person when registering an individual to vote. And it requires states to check for non-citizens and ineligible registrants on their rolls monthly.
Now, the Senate takes up the Save America Act now, most saying, though, it won't have easy passage there. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, a lot of us simply are not where we want to be. We can eat right, we can exercise, but the reality is that sometimes we just need a little help. And my friends at Contours in Cool Springs, they are here to help you. Both men and women lose body fat and a lot more. Their ultra slim body contouring does guarantee that you will lose a couple of inches across the middle, or that first treatment is absolutely free. Now listen, it's red light technology. It is non-invasive. It doesn't hurt, and the results are instant. I've gone through the process. Matt Murphy has done it as well. It has indeed worked. And you know, at Contours, they also do facials, and these facials, they're revitalizing. Their red light therapy is going to tighten your skin and restore your natural glow. Now, remember, again, Contours is for both men and women, and you should check them out today, contoursllc.com. They're going to answer all your questions about red light therapy facials, and this is a great Valentine's gift, by the way. So if you want to check them out, call them 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Find them online anytime. Again, contoursllc.com.
Okay, they're still working that crash scene on I-840 westbound past Almaville Road, and the traffic there is backed up from Veterans Parkway. The crash is on the left shoulder. Murfreesboro 24 West, there's an accident at Joe B. Jackson Parkway, exit 84. In Bordeaux at Clarksville Pike at Buena Vista Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here in Nashville's Morning News. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. By the way, Joan, are you going to go to the Stake of the Union? It's going to be on February 24th.
Yeah.
In Smyrna. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Is it Legacy Steakhouse?
Legends.
Legends Steakhouse. God.
You might want to know the place.
You know what? You know, I'm just going to say this. Back in the old days, you used to have, copy, right on the wall.
Yes.
They don't do that here
Which
anymore.
I hate.
Anyway, whatever. So,
I got to check my social schedule.
Is that what you got to do, Joan?
She might have other obligations.
Anyway, so it's going to be me, Chris, Matt, and of course, Chad. We're all going to be there, and we're all going to sit there and watch the State of the Union. I'm assuming Murphy Show is going to be on the air beginning at 3, and we're going to go all the way till 8 o'clock, State of the Union then, of course, and I'll be fleeing off to bed probably.
So your sleep schedule's going to
Yeah. Oh, it's yeah. When we do these events, I'm always a wreck the next day, but I love meeting, folks that listen to the radio station. So I love talking to you, and I'm really looking forward to this event. Smyrna. And that's going to be on February 24th.
To Joan and Sam, Dan will be a mess February 25th.
I'm totally playing Wreck Me by Tom Petty.
Yeah, we can have fun with this.
Sure. And it's usually the next day. I'm so incredibly tired, but whatever. It's all good and well.
Do you want me to have like a spare Red Bull handy?
A couple, actually, would be fine.
Or just one 24-ouncer if I can find it.
Yeah.
They don't make those anymore.
Anyway, moving right along. So go. Tickets, you can find tickets, 997WTN.com. Somebody sent me a note yesterday. They said, Mandis, at this event, I want to talk to you.
Uh-oh.
And I said, why? It's not that I don't mind, talking to folks, but he sounded a little challenging, and that's fine. I've been challenged before at these things. If somebody wants to come up and say, you were wrong on this, and this. It's like, okay, that's fine. But here's my rule, Joan. Is this an appropriate rule? You can only play one you're wrong card. So you can't come up and say that I've been wrong on like 15 different things and here's why, because I like to talk to a lot of people. So if I've been wrong on everything, you've got to give me your best shot. Like whatever that first wrong is, the biggest wrong that I've been wrong about.
Yeah.
My wrongiest wrong is what you need to lead with. Anyway, moving right along. Nasty anti-ICE comments across the country have now led to this. I don't know if you saw this, Joan.
Uh-oh.
I did mention this to Congressman Matt Vaneps earlier in the radio broadcast. A guy was found in Oregon. He had his manifesto. He was going to kill ICE agents. Need some audio. So, we hear these stories all the time. And luckily, they caught the guy he was like 1 day away. He was 1 day away from going down to the local ICE facility and just start shooting men and women members of ICE. And so you've got all of this anti-ICE rhetoric that has been out there. As a matter of fact, Congressman Vaneps was even talking about how abhorrent the rhetoric is, not only on ICE, but also Border Patrol, law enforcement, generally speaking. A lot of this stuff is just absolute BS. But I do want to give one example of many that I could pull from. This is Eric Swalwell grilling Todd Lyons, the acting leader of ICE. Listen.
A couple nights ago, I met with a woman who works as a cashier at a grocery store, and I told her I was coming to see you. And she said, will you ask him? But she said, when I get off my shift around midnight and I walk through the parking lot to my car, she said, if somebody rolls up in an unidentified van and gets out wearing all black and their face is covered and they don't have any identification and they ask me to get into the van, how do I know who they are? How does she know, Mr. Lyons?
So here we are once again with the ICE agents should not be wearing masks bit, but, the left is saying, well, they're disappearing people. They're not. The reality is that the reason why ICE is wearing masks is because of the story that I just told you about. With that guy being arrested because he wanted to go and kill ICE agents. That is one of the reasons why they wear masks. So people like Eric Swalwell and the Democrats, they want them doxxed so that guys like the dude in Oregon can find them and kill their families. And so, by the way, as far as the question goes, this was Todd Lyons' response.
How does she know if they're an ICE agent or bad guys?
Sir, ICE agents have identifiable placards on their uniforms as well as their badges representative, but you won't see ICE agents rolling through the parking lots and just snatching someone up. ICE does intelligence-driven, targeted enforcement operations.
Oh, no. According to the left, the good, fine members of ICE are disappearing people. So dumb. Everyone knows that we have seen attacks against ICE It's increased. Now, they say by over 3,000%. I want you to think about that. Over 3,000%. That is how much we have seen attacks increase against ICE. Yet Eric Swalwell is out there slopping that crap again to the mainstream media, who will no doubt lap it up. And so this guy in Portland, he was going to attack ICE with apparently a Molotov cocktail. He was going to get an AR-15. He also said that he wanted to, by the way, behead ICE agents as well. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the lies and the rhetoric of jackholes on the left like Swalwell is going to help that situation? Obviously not. Got a lot more straight ahead. 7:45 on Super Talk. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather goes, partly cloudy today and cool, and a high of 55. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So, you know, these kinds of actions against ICE agents and Border Patrol and law enforcement, generally speaking, they're not going to stop. And the amazing thing is that Democrats, they don't even seem like they want to or even are considering sort of moderating their rhetoric. As a matter of fact, part of what they're doing, obviously, is they're simply ratcheting up the vitriol.
Will you stand with the kids who you're supposed to protect, or will you side with the killers bringing terror to our streets? Mr. Lyons, will you resign from ICE?
No, sir, I won't.
I want to play that one more time because Swalwell actually called these ICE agents killers. Listen to this again.
Will you stand with the kids who you're supposed to protect, or will you side with the killers bringing terror to our streets? Mr. Lyons, will you resign from ICE?
No, sir, I won't.
I mean, here's the thing. Eric Swalwell. I would have to ask him, what do you call the people that ICE is trying to arrest? Would you call them killers too? Or no, you can't bring yourself to call the illegal alien drug dealers and the killers. You can't bring them. You can't bring yourself to call them killers, can you? But you'll call the members of ICE killers. That's Eric Swalwell.
Isn't that the guy that slept with the Chinese spy?
That's Fang's boyfriend.
He didn't resign?
No, he did not. As a matter of fact. You know, one of the things as you look at this, because he calls the men and women of ICE killers, bringing havoc to the streets. In this whole thing, Swalwell ends up bringing up Alex Preddy and Renee Good, completely leaving out their own actions, by the way, that led to their deaths. What he does is basically he says that, the killers of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, leaving out, again, what led up to their deaths. And there's always a couple of different sides to a story, clearly. And it is interesting because even Donald Trump has said, we've all said, that those two did not deserve to die. But the other side cannot admit that they put themselves in positions that could and did lead to their deaths.
The same Eric Swalwell that endorsed a now convicted child pedophile in New Hampshire? That Eric Swalwell.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, there's a whole list of stupidity from Eric Swalwell. So the left, part of what they keep doing is they just keep ratcheting up this rhetoric. And sadly, they don't care about the attacks on ICE skyrocketing like the one that luckily was thwarted in Portland. But over 3,000%. These attacks against ICE have increased, or, of course, attacks on other law enforcement as well. And this is Hakeem Jeffries saying the same darn thing.
ICE agents should conduct themselves like every other law enforcement agency in the country, as opposed to running around mass thugs, in many instances, unleashing brutality on law-abiding American citizens.
So, I mean, the Democrats clearly are not going to stop. I just saw, and I didn't catch all of it. Maybe, Sam, you can find it for me on the X machine. But Harry Enton was on CNN. This won't surprise you, Joan. Harry Enton on CNN talking about how Democrats have become far more liberal over the last, many years, as opposed to where they were back in 1999 when they were more conservative or moderate. The average Democrat today, if I'm interpreting what I saw on CNN appropriately and correctly, the average Democrat isn't even really a Democrat anymore in the traditional form. They are just frothing at the mouth, progressive liberals. And I just played you two examples, Hakeem Jeffries and Eric Swalwell. And, what they stand for is just as bad as their rhetoric, right? I mean, they stood for, 4 years of Joe Biden and open borders, leading to the problems that ICE and Donald Trump is trying to solve. And so their policies are just as abhorrent as the things that they're saying about ICE. And it's tragic. Rand Paul was on with Katie Couric. I'm going to try to play some of this audio before the end of the show because I love that Rand Paul put Katie Couric in her place, and he really did, because for Katie Couric, she is all about just attacking ICE at every turn. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. It is 7:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and Joan has the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan?
Yeah, the closure of the airspace over El Paso, Texas, that may have been sparked by a dust-up between a couple of departments within the Trump administration. Got the story on that coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm reading some of these comments on the super text line about what Swalwell said. I'm gonna read some of these coming back because some of these folks that are texting in, absolutely spot on. Going to share some of those with you coming up next. Dan Matt is here for my friends at Window Nation. Now, if your heat is running more than it should be, you might have windows or window insulation that is failing. My friends at Window Nation, they can help you, when your windows are failing and the cold air is coming in, the hot air from your home is escaping, you need new windows. Now, the pros at Window Nation, they can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price with Window Nation. Now, their Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale is going on right now. It's going to end at the end of this month. So if you want to buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free from Window Nation, you've got to call them before the end of February. Now, you could also get those windows with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and no interest for 2 years. You act right now, you mention my name, you get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. So you've got to check them out, Window Nation, windownation.com. They do offer lifetime warranties on all their windows, so you can relax knowing that your home is protected far into the future. They've got an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, and yours truly. I've got 4 Window Nation windows in my home. They've got a 96% customer satisfaction rating. Don't forget that great deal. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free. You can also get them with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and no interest for 2 years. And you call them right now, you get 10% off for Valentine's Day. Check them out online. Schedule a fast and free estimate right now, windownation.com, windownation.com. Dan Mand is here, and I want to tell you about my friends at Loan Pronto. I'm sorry.
Are you sure about that?
Mark's right. No, hold on, Joan. Hold on.
You got a lot of friends, Dan. Sometimes going through the Rolodex takes time.
No, you know what? I realized the second that last commercial, this is a peek into my life, the second that commercial ended, I realized that I forgot that I had an interview scheduled at 7:35. and I shanked it. So now
no.
So now I'm irritated with myself, and then I had the silence, and I was reminded that I was not supposed to talk about Loan Pronto. I was supposed to talk about my buddy, Mark Spain. Now, you can sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and choose when you want to move. There are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. With their guaranteed offer from Mark Spain, you can skip the uncertainty of a traditional home sale and sell your home fast for all cash in as little as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, BR, said this: Mark Spain Real Estate sold my home within 30 days. He says they received 4 cash offers in just 1 week, and thanks to them, the process was by far the easiest and the quickest. He says, I would definitely recommend Mark Spain to my friends and family, and I couldn't agree more. I'm always impressed with how easy Mark Spain Real Estate makes selling a home. For 30 years, Mark Spain Real Estate has been serving families just like yours. They've helped over 72,000 satisfied clients. You could trust the most experienced real estate team in America to sell your home stress-free and for the most money. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Find them online anytime, markspain.com, and start packing. $7:56, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, I've got great news. Joan, you'll love this especially. So I told you I forgot an interview.
Yeah.
I got an email from the people. They said they gave me the wrong phone number. So they don't even know that I forgot the interview.
Except that you said that you did.
Yeah, except that you announced it over the air to millions of people. I don't know about millions.
This show isn't
Billions?
recorded in any capacity.
Whatever. Anyway, I do love, everybody knows my affinity for the listeners. I love talking to you folks. I love meeting you people. And I also love reading your text messages. 5553. The Democrats were not concerned about the children either. How many did they let come into our country via sex trafficking? It's absolutely right. Talking about Eric Swalwell. I think Eric Swalwell is one of those figures on the left that we can all just agree you can't hate enough, right? I mean, not only is he vitriolic, but as another super texter said, this is a guy that was stupid enough to let a Chinese spy into his bedroom for, was it a year? Did he date Fang Fang or Fang Squared? And you know what I also don't understand, Joan? And maybe this is just my naivete, but Chinese spies, I mean, that's been a thing for a long time. So
How did he fall for it?
How did he fall for it?
Come on. It's as old as time. It's
Just thinking with the wrong body part, basically the bottom line.
Yeah.
Apparently multiple years.
Yeah, I think it went on for a while.
Yeah. I'm just shocked he didn't catch some rare super venereal disease.
Trevor says they're communist, Dan. I would agree with the left, talking about how the Democrats have become far more leftist since 1999. That's what they were reporting on CNN with Harry Enton. And 4702 has this to say, hey, Dan, it's going to be hard to get a colonoscopy with your head in the way.
I didn't mean to laugh out loud.
Thank you, 4702. And thank you, Sam, for enjoying that so much. 5829 talks about the kids you're supposed to protect. Are you kidding me? Talking about Eric Swalwell. You know, you could actually talk about that in a number of different ways, because Swalwell was saying to Todd Lyons, the head of ICE, you know, you're supposed to be protecting kids. And, you know, the comments back to Eric Swalwell, I mean, you're so wanting to protect kids. You're very pro-abortion. We could go down that road. We could talk about how the Democrats didn't really seem all that worried about, Joe Biden essentially being dubbed the biggest child sex trafficker in history because of all of those kids that came over the southern border. We could talk about the forced labor of the kids that came over the southern border as well. I mean, we've covered all of this, but it's just, Eric Swalwell. I wonder how Eric Swalwell was able to get a colonoscopy with his head so far up his...
Oh.
Probably had Fang do it.
Perhaps. 8 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we're at 37 degrees. A little cloudy now, but we'll get sunshine and 54 later. Stefano's full forecast is coming up. The closure of airspace over El Paso, Texas, may have been sparked by a dust-up between the Pentagon and the FAA. CNN is reporting that Customs and Border Protection used military lasers to shoot down balloons this week. That may have prompted the FAA to shut down airspace in order to protect commercial aircraft. ABC News contributor and former Marine fighter pilot Steve Ganyard.
Using lasers for defense against drones still has the limitations of the laser itself, how powerful that laser is. But it can still go out half a mile, maybe a mile. But if you're operating in close proximity to a commercial airport, you could still blind pilots, you could damage the aircraft. Remember, these lasers burn so hot that they actually melt the drone and knock the drone down. So you don't want something that powerful. It's like shooting off a weapon, around an airport. It's just a bad idea.
He says those melted drones also fall out of the sky and can do significant damage. A man was airlifted to a Nashville hospital last night after he was hit by a vehicle in Clarksville. This happened during rush hour on Fort Campbell Boulevard just after 6 last night. That man was flown to Vanderbilt Hospital, but we don't have information yet on his condition. Clarksville police say the driver of that vehicle stayed on the scene. We know more now about the shooter and what happened when 10 people were killed at a British Columbia school in Canada. Here's Premier David Eby.
8 of the people who died as a result of the shootings were at the school, including an individual we understand is the suspected shooter, who is believed to have died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Now, he also killed his mother and 11-year-old stepbrother. Despite media outlets referring to the shooter as a woman, including ABC News, it's known now that 18-year-old Jesse Van Rootselaar was born a male, but self-identified as a woman and had begun transitioning 6 years ago. He also had a history of police visits to his home amid concerns for his mental health over the years. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures all pointing up right now. The Dow futures are plus 155. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash in Mount Juliet on 40, westbound past Mount Juliet Road, exit 226. Also, Firestone Parkway at the Mill Ridge Park. Right at Gould Boulevard, there's an accident involving injuries. Murfreesboro Pike in Antioch at Nashboro Boulevard. That's a crash scene as well. And Old Hickory Boulevard in Antioch at Logistics Way. Also, one more. Brentwood, a crash at Old Hickory Boulevard at I-65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I want to do something. I want to do something, Joan.
What do you want to do?
Sam, I want to do something. So I was talking to a fellow parent the other day, and she is frustrated. She's frustrated, and I'm changing everything. So if you try to figure out who I'm talking about, you're not going to be able to. It's nobody you know, trust me. But I was talking to her. She's a family friend. And she is frustrated because suddenly her daughter is becoming a leftist.
Uh-oh.
And it came out of nowhere.
How old is her daughter?
12. And so the question is, because, you know, she knows what I do for a living, obviously. She's a family friend. And, you know, I said, well, why don't you, you know, give me a whack at her. I'll speak some sense into her. But she's doesn't know what to do. If you come home, and all of this, you know, Wilson County Schools, apparently on Friday, there's going to be rumors, apparently they're staging a walkout for, you know, protesting ICE and all that stuff. I actually just posted something online. Follow me on X at Dan Manda Show. A woman is going viral, Joan, because she is helping her very small daughter, looks like younger than 10, younger than 12, who is helping her write signs, draw signs that say F ICE, the actual word. Little kid.
Ugh.
It's like mom of the year is what I said on my post.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, what advice would you have for a mom who doesn't really know how to argue or set her daughter straight on telling her that she's wrong about her belief system? And the problem is that her daughter is just being fed talking points as opposed to being able to, you know, really talk about what her belief system is. In other words, you know, ICE is killing people and all of these other things.
Yeah.
And you try to talk to somebody about that, especially at that age, and they're completely delusional about the facts. Where the facts are, no, ICE is not killing people in the way that you're talking about it. They're at such a young age that rational thought is not actually, you know, something that they're still forming their brain at the age of 12 years old. Mm-hmm. And so somewhere her friends at school are convincing her that she's, you know, she's a leftist and F Donald Trump and all of this other stuff. And if you're a parent and you're a parent who, you know, this particular person, she's not really, you know, she's not like Joan, you and I, right? She's not politically driven. She's not politically charged. I mean, she's conservative, but I mean, she works for a living and she's trying to, you know, do right by her family. She's not as into the politics as we are.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Do you ground her?
No.
Do you?
No.
Well, I'm asking.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm doing. I'm asking for people's advice. The phone lines are open right now. I want to do this. 615-737-9986.
You want to hear what I would do?
What would you do, Joan?
I'd make a time every single day. So She comes home from school, mom comes home from work, have dinner, and then after dinner every single day, sit down. Okay, what did you hear today at school? Let's talk about it. And for every point that she brings up, hey, ICE is killing people on the streets or killing Americans on the streets. Okay, let's go look at the video of Renee Good driving into the ICE officer. Let's talk about those points every single day, and don't miss a day. Don't miss a single day of her life. Show that you're interested in what she's talking about.
I would take it a step further, and you know, when you get to 12, you understand people's careers and how they get there a little bit, right?
Hmm?
Your teachers have at best a degree in teaching or English or something, and a teacher certificate to go with it to have a license to teach. Explain to your kid that they honestly don't know more than you do when it comes to this kind of stuff. They're repeating what they get from the media.
Right. Well, in this case,
and their job is to teach you how to do addition and basic English.
Well, it's going to be the schools, the friends. It's going to be TikTok.
Yeah.
Right? Because they get their circle of friends is going to tell them what TikTokers to follow. So you have that aspect of it as well. And so what I used to do, and people who've been listening to me for a long time know this, that what I used to do is I used to actually, and by the way, phone number is open, 615-737-9986, if you have some advice for this person. But what I used to do is I used to print out stories and bring them home and discuss them with my children. And I don't know if it really did any good, but I think that it is important to, and this is what I told my friend, I think that it's important for you to actually have these discussions with your daughter. And if she's being irrational, because, you know, arguing with her would be like trying to argue with the Jasmine Crockett. You know, think about that kind of situation where she's just, you know, my friends say this and my TikTokers say this, and I don't know if it's the teachers or not. But you want to have a rational conversation with somebody, but you can't because they only have a certain level of understanding of the world. And so I think that what you need to do is you need to have that, as Sam said, and as you said, Joan, as well, and I practiced this when I was a parent of young kids, where I would sit them down and I'm going to say, we are going to talk about this. You're not going to shout me down because, you know, it's one of those, you know, situations where the parent is always wrong, right? So you're not going to shout me down. What you're going to do is you are going to tell me very specifically what your thoughts are on this and why this is your opinion. Because I told my kids, if you want to be, you know, left or Democrat or whatever, that is your right. Bless your heart. But at least understand why and be able to back up your opinions with information, rational thought, and so forth. I would want my kids to grow up to, you know, think like me and be, you know, conservative, but I'm just okay with them growing up to be able to think and defend their opinions and defend, you know, if they're going to come after me, because this is part of what I dealt with, generally speaking, as working in what I do, you know, people always coming up to me and, you know, either challenging my ideals or whatever it is. And I can most certainly, as you folks know, I can have that debate. So it's important that we teach our kids to, at the very least, think about what you're saying and think about what your belief system is, because it is my opinion that if you actually think about the issues of the day using a rational frame of mind, some education, and the Constitution, that will lead you to conservatism. But if you're just going to, you know, irrationally scream talking points that you heard from a 1-minute TikTok video, well, then, no, you're clearly not able to back up your arguments. And if you're 12 years old, then as a parent, you have a responsibility to teach them the way in which they can really think about this rationally and get the information that they need to come up with a way to defend their positions, Does that make sense, Joan?
Yeah, it does.
I mean, if you want to be a leftist, at the very least, defend your position is all that I would ask. Let me see what people have to say. This is
Somebody on the Super Talk line, by the way, said it should start at prayer first, and nobody's mentioning that. It's, you know what? A lot of us just assume that. You're going to pray about it, of course. So there you go.
Yes. Is this Malia? Malia? Hey, Malia, go ahead. You're in Shelbyville.
Yes. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good. Go ahead.
I just loved your story about how you read stories to your children and stuff like that. I kind of do the same thing, or have done the same thing in the past, just little stories, and then ask their questions. Well, how do you think this, how do you think this goes? Well, then they usually come back with an actual non-liberal answer. Even my son, who said, hey, I'm not into politics, when he was in his teens. I said, you will be one day. Well, and we taught him the lesson of, hey, I give you $100, you go out and mow the yard. You give little Johnny 50 of it and, come back in. Well, why? Well, that's kind of how it works around government. If you don't get involved, is somebody else who didn't do anything would get part of your money. Well, I don't like that, he said. And I said, welcome to the Republican Party.
That's good.
See, I love that. I do. And I don't know, Malia, how long you've been listening to me, but I was, and Joan, I know you know this, you've heard this story, but I considered myself a Democrat or a liberal, progressive, whatever, when I was in high school and heading into college. My dad was a staunch conservative, a staunch Republican. And so my dad would, on occasion, he would prod me a little bit, but he waited until exactly the right time. And that right time was when I got screwed in taxes.
Ooh.
I'm going to college and I'm working all of these different radio jobs as well. And I had like 4 different part-time jobs. And so between all of them, I still made a terrible living, but nobody was taking out enough money. You know how this works. And so you have all of these different jobs and nobody takes out enough money. And so then when you file your taxes, oh my goodness, you owe like $3,000. Well, that happened to me. And so my dad used that opportunity to explain conservatism and explain where taxes go, the beauty of small government, and which party wastes your money and which party values your money. And it was like a light bulb goes off in my head. And it was, the conservatism in me was off and running after that point. And my dad waited until it hit home with me. And so I think for a lot of these, kids, and certainly this 12-year-old that I'm talking about, she doesn't know anything about life. She doesn't know anything about paying taxes. And as Malia said, that's the example that you've got to use, is a real life example where they're not just sitting here watching some lame TikTok video, but it's a real life example of the consequences or the ramifications of Democrat policies and living under Democrat policies and rule versus Republican policies. This is BJ in White House on WTN. Hey, BJ, how are you?
Doing fine, and forgive me, there's a fire truck passing me right now on the interstate. But first and foremost, the relationship is key. These issues are going to come and go. It's a daily thing. A couple of years ago it was BLM. Now it's ICE. Who knows what it's going to be tomorrow? But what's going to be transcendent is that relationship. So you got to remind that kid that you love him more than anything in this world. At the same time, though, you cannot just forego your own principles.
Yep.
You have to know what you believe and know why you believe it. And the other thing, as far as tactical, ask questions. And one of the best questions that I've been asking my kids is, well, who told you that?
Yep. And then so then let's carry the conversation down a little bit. So when you find out, let's say you find out that it is, your child's best friend who is leading your child down this road of liberalism, then do you say, well, you're not allowed to hang out with that person anymore? Clearly, there's a bad influence. I remember when I was a kid, and I bet you, BJ, you felt this way as well. when I was a kid, if there was the worst influences that my friends would have on me is trying to, smoke a cigarette or take a drink of alcohol. But now you've got, hey, did you watch this TikToker? And these have, obviously life-altering ramifications.
Absolutely. And, you're exactly right. Once you go down that rabbit hole with the kid, and be patient, of course, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, the main thing is the relationship. But again, going down that path, as you discuss this, find out what's on their mind. Why are you even concerned about this, for one thing? I mean, in the case for ICE, okay, this is happening in Minnesota. Do you know somebody that this happened to here? I mean, is it really as widespread as you're being led to believe it is?
Yep.
Maybe that's a decent question. Again, I just keep going back to asking the questions to try to dig deeper as to why they're even concerned about these things. I mean, Dan, when you and I were growing up, it was, oh my gosh, we're going to get nuked and everybody's going to die. You remember that?
I sure do.
That was the issue of the day. But you know what? Our parents reassured us, you know what? Yes, there are things to be concerned about in this world, but as a 13, 14-year-old, you really don't need to worry about that.
Hey, BJ, can I ask you a question? Did you ever really think or believe that getting under your desk would help you survive a nuclear holocaust?
Certainly not. Certainly not. Nor did I believe that people were out to get us either. Yes, there was an arms buildup, and I had friends that were terrified of that. We remember the music video where Reagan accidentally reaches over and hits the big red button on his nightstand and launches World War III. Remember that one?
I sure do.
Yep.
I sure do.
Never happened.
Never happened. Right. And thank you, BJ. I appreciate it. I also, Joan, I never got stuck in quicksand.
Right.
Like I thought that I would. I thought that I would be stuck in quicksand at some point in my life.
Because
that never
every
happened.
show had that scenario on it.
I thought that
70s.
I would be attacked by killer bees at some point. That never happened. They taught us stop, drop, and roll in school. That never happened. I mean, so far.
Oh.
None of these things have never happened.
No.
What's that, Sam?
Stop, drop, and roll works.
Oh, have you been on fire?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
How did you end up on fire?
So we were hanging out.
Oh, you were partying.
You know what? Anytime a story starts with we were hanging out.
Or if it what happened was yeah, we'd had a few cold ones. We wanted to light a bonfire, and all we had was some gasoline for a lawnmower laying around, the kind you mix with the 2-stroke engine oil, and weed eaters and such. And so that stuff is apparently kind of sticky when it gets on you. And we lit the fire, and then I realized that my pants were on fire, though I had not told a lie so far that evening.
Yes, liar, pants on fire.
I had the truth serum, so I was
sure.
So I stopped, dropped, and rolled, and then I got stomped on by my friends, and I was a little bruised and battered, and my ego hurt. But I was.
Did they have some pants for you to borrow?
Or did you surprisingly, Levi's denim, you can catch a surface burn without putting a hole in it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
if you're quick enough.
Folks, don't try this at home.
Yeah, right.
No, don't
test this at home.
Do as I don't,
All right, so 7930 has this question. Genuine question. What if it said, let's go brand, it's trying to turn the tables on the whole teaching your kids thing. So, genuine question. We're talking about the woman on the social media. I posted it where she's gone viral because she is down on the floor helping her daughter write a F ICE sign. And her daughter looks like 10, 11 years old, whatever it is. And so this guy is asking this question, genuine question. What if it said, let's go Brandon, or 2A is Homeland Security, or lock her up, or build the wall, or MAGA, or F your feelings? Would you be this upset about indoctrination? That is from James in Cookville. Well, first of all, I would never help my child at the age of 10 or 11 make any kind of a sign that said F anything. I just wouldn't do it. That's number one. Number two, if I had a little kid who was, who asked me, hey, what does let's go Brandon mean? That's that opportunity to tell your child about the whole thing that was going on during Biden of Let's Go Brandon and why people were saying that. 2A is Homeland Security. You're damn right I would talk about that with my kid because I value the Second Amendment. Build the wall. Absolutely. In other words, it's all about when you're helping your kid write a sign that uses the F-bomb and it's nothing but, violent vitriol. It has absolutely nothing to do with ideas or philosophies or the Constitution or laws. Then all you're doing is you're raising your kid to be a brain-dead idiot, which is what we see in places like Minneapolis, where they're attacking ICE agents and ultimately ending up getting, shot by ICE or the Border Patrol or whatever it is. So it's all in how you do it. There's a right way and a wrong way to raise your kid and teach your kid about politics. What's the right way? Go over the Constitution, 7930. Go over the Constitution. Go over the Bible. Go over laws and ideas and respect and all of those things. That's what you're supposed to do. But helping your kid write a sign that says F ICE with the actual F word, that teaches your child nothing. I'm not mad at you, James, from Cookville. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it was spicy. Spicy take there. But it ties in. My first experience with the F word as a child, I was 10 or 11 years old. We were walking through the Opry Mills parking lot, and someone had an F Bush sticker on the back of there. And I'll remember it clear as day, blue PT Cruiser in the parking lot. And I said, Mom, what does that word mean? And she just simply put it, you're too young to understand. And then about age 13, 14, I'm like, oh, so that's what that person, they didn't like him. That's what that word means. Some of it comes with age, appropriate material.
Right.
But, the political association of using negative potty words in that aspect is, the last 20 years, just kind of skyrocketed.
Joan, how old were you when you dropped your first curse word? And don't tell me you haven't done one yet, because I know you're godly, but you're not that godly.
I used to have a potty mouth, to be honest. I was probably like in the 17 range. And never in the presence of my parents, like, I think I mentioned before that they were very strict.
Yeah.
that would never fly. My parents were not afraid of using a belt, their hand. Like we were very strictly raised.
So you got belted?
Oh yeah.
Did you really?
Oh yeah. Yep. It's I don't like how it's perceived now. That was the method that my parents used for discipline.
Yep.
So it is what it is. I mean, we never used a belt on our kids.
Do you know one of my earliest memories? And then we've got to go because we're running late. One of my earliest memories, my dad got so mad at me one day. I don't know what I did. But it was when they were still married. And my mom actually said, Joan, do you want the belt? You know what my dad said? I don't need a belt.
Ooh.
And we got hauled into into our bedroom, and my brother and I, we got a licking like you wouldn't. I wish I could remember what we did.
It must have been something.
Oh, it must have been something.
Something.
Yep. Anyway, got to go. 8:28. Running way late, but great conversation. Thank you, folks, for playing along. All right, so Joan, real quickly, what you got coming up in the news?
Well, Borders are Tom Homan is speaking right now, and I've got some of the information that he has about missing kids in Minneapolis. It's coming up at 8:30 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Joan, we can be honest. It's going to be more like 8:33.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we're running late. Let's just be honest. All right, 8:28. But you know what? I blame the listeners because they were really good on that segment. So thank you for playing along again. Low mortgage rates are back. Loan Pronto has fixed rate mortgages with APRs as low as 4.89%. That is the lowest in years. Dan Matt is here. And yes, smart homeowners are taking advantage of this while they can. If you got stuck in a 6% loan, you can lower your payment big time, or you can keep your primary mortgage intact and get cash out of your home's equity with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Loan. Now, one homeowner just got $250,000 out of their home. They paid off all their credit cards and a couple of car loans as well, and cut their monthly expenses by $2,000. Now, you call right now, you see what option works best for you, but don't miss the big rate drop of 2026 and ask about new home loans, VA loans, full-out cash refis, or their famous Rapid Equity Loan. You can close in as less than 2 weeks. You can close in less than 2 weeks, and you may be able to skip your next 2 house payments altogether. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Online anytime, loanpronto.com for your free instant home appraisal with no hard credit pull up front. 615-499-5780. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. APR for well-qualified buyers. Visit NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Good morning. It's 8:33. As Dan said, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Borders are Tom Homeland speaking this morning. His press conference just ended in Minneapolis. He announced this morning that the federal immigration enforcement surge in Minnesota is over. President Trump agreeing to withdraw troops. But he also said ICE has located thousands of missing migrant children in Minneapolis.
In addition to taking public safety threats off the street, ICE here in this state have located 3,364 missing unaccompanied alien children. Children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for. That's because the leadership of President Trump, these children were located.
Homeland there also saying he debunked a Democrat claim that ICE has made arrests inside of a hospital. Sumner County considering options to move residents off of Nashville Electric Service and into a different power company. Matt Schoaf is a Sumner County commissioner. He spoke to WSMV4.
These folks here are the customers, but none of their representatives have any direct authority over NES or Nashville. Those of us who are serviced by NES and who don't happen to live in Davidson County, we want something to change.
NES, of course, governed by a 5-member board appointed by the mayor of Nashville. So some customers in the surrounding counties say they'd like more representation. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:35, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. I'm going to tell you about my friends at Dr. Horn and Vision. Chris has me all worked up in here, Joan.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. He does because
I'm in a bit of a tizzy.
He's in a bit of a tizzy.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. It's okay. And
a little sweaty.
That's a you problem, mister.
Yeah.
You know what? You jumped the shark there, mister. We don't need to hear how sweaty you are.
You know why I did that, right? Dan was struggling to find his copy.
I was actually. I owe Chris a thank you.
You're welcome.
Because I start my Dr. Horn spot, and then Sam says in my headphones, it's not Dr. Horn, it's wellness. So he made a mistake. So thank you for covering.
Shout out to Dr. Horn, though.
He got like 5 seconds of a free commercial. So you're welcome, Dr. Horn. Moving right along. 8:36 on WTN, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, Dr. Kevin Mitchell. So they've got this new hydro wave. No, I have not. Have you been on the hydro wave yet?
I have not been on the hydro wave yet, but I've heard that is the only office in Middle Tennessee with one of these machines.
That's right.
It has nothing to do with opioids, so I'm a big fan.
No, I mean, well, hydro, that's water, right? So I think you probably get into it. It's kind of like my hot tub, you know? Not quite like that, but maybe.
But kind of.
I'll stick to the copy. So starting there in the new year, they've got a great deal going on right now at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. So you want to get that 47% off the tried and true non-surgical spinal decompression therapy. Call Dr. Mitchell and tell him I told you to reach out, 615-246-5009. You get that 47% off, 615-246-5009. Pain is Bad is the website. Listen, if you've got back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, and all those other pesky problems, painisbad.com. That phone number, 615-246-5009. And don't forget, 47% off when you mention WTN.
Uh-oh, got a closure this morning. 24 eastbound in East Bank. It's closed off between Shelby Avenue and I-40 East split. There's a crash there, pretty serious one. So again, 24 eastbound in East Bank, closed down Shelby Avenue to the I-40 East split. Also, Talbot's Corner. Traveling this morning on 65 southbound past I-24 north. The right shoulder blocked off by a crash, and another one on 65 south in Metro Center. There's a crash at Rosa Parks Boulevard. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$8:41. Am I supposed to be grooving out to this? You know what I don't like, Joan and Chris? I don't like when Sam plays bumper music that I feel like I'm supposed to react to, but I don't know what to do.
What is this?
I think you should get down right now.
Doja Cat.
Doja Cat. Isn't she like wicked satanic?
It's in the board, man.
It doesn't mean anything.
She's satanic?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, now he's Googling it. Chris is gonna Google Doja Cat.
This would be you danced earlier on camera in reference to
she's a Satanist. Confirmed. Thank you, Reddit.
So I want to make sure. So on this conservative radio station, somebody put Doja Cat, a Satanist, into the audio console to play on my show.
Sam.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Anyway, whatever. I don't care.
After you have a great break about raising and rearing children the right way.
Yeah.
Then you immediately come back with Satanism.
Good job, Sam. Way to go, buddy.
It's called irony.
Hey, we have Joan, we have a celebrity amongst us, and we have something to celebrate.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, who?
So Chris Hand was number 17 on the Barrett Media list of top talk show host midday in America.
Oh, is that right? Nice.
Well done, Chris.
Like an awkward. Yeah, Dan got number 3 and he didn't get the clap track.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Chris comes in 14 spots lower, and everybody is stunned, and it's just amazing. I think it's probably more shocking that I made the list than Dan. I think that's what it is. Everybody's just like, wow. We had no idea that you were going to be on the list.
Listen, I think it's great you're on the list.
Yeah.
You know what? You got to start somewhere.
Yeah, you got. No, that's cool.
No, that's great.
Listen, the guys over at Barrett Media, they do put a lot of work into it.
They actually do. I had no idea.
And I appreciate that hard work, and it's really cool to be on the list with some of these guys that have been doing it for a lot longer and are
I
fantastic.
actually read how much. I had no idea, but it's a lot of work goes into that. I'm actually more honored now than I was yesterday when I found out that I was number 3.
They're not just throwing darts.
No.
So that's cool.
So how does it feel to be number 17?
You know, we're gonna work it into the imaging on the show. That's what we're gonna do.
The 17th best midday talk show host in America.
Yeah, yep.
I can hear Casey Kasem doing it now.
Yep.
So there you go.
Number 17.
Oh,
we're number 17. We're number 17.
So can I tell you, like, honestly, you haven't been doing talk radio a long time, and so I've been doing this like forever, and so people recognize my name. It's what do they call it? Brand. People know
brand awareness.
So because I'm old.
Dan Brandis.
That's exactly what it is. You, my friend, I guarantee you will eventually be number 1.
Oh.
You know what? Flag the tape. I predict that within 10 years, Chris Hand is going to be number 1 on the Barrett Media list of best hosts.
The text line. He's 17 out of 20.
You know what, people? Just be nice.
It's the top 20. They only ranked the top 20. Number 21 doesn't even get a blurb.
No.
That's cool. I'm here for it. Shout out to Barrett Media.
Chris, don't worry about anything. After the last 2 days of shows, Dan is hoping to be 17th the next time. Okay. I've had good shows. What is wrong with you?
I thought your shows have been great. I loved the parenting break last segment.
Yeah, parenting. I thought that was really good too. Do you know what I've noticed though? So this is weird. Do you feel like this as a host, where the super text line is going crazy, right?
Yes.
But not a lot of people are calling.
There's different levels of engagement. But I think your show's tougher, though, because everybody's in stop-and-go traffic, and it's like you're not supposed to be doing...
Drinking coffee, yelling at the kids, you know.
It's much easier to text while driving.
Yeah, exactly.
Which you should not do.
No, you should not do. Yep. Absolutely not.
Armchair PD said Chris will be number one when everyone above him dies off.
Wow.
Yikes.
That's a little harsh.
That was dark.
It is.
Hey,
it is.
Are you looking forward to going to Legends Steakhouse in Smyrna for our station event on the 24th?
Yes. I'm big hype.
You big hyping?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to drink?
I don't drink.
Oh, you know what? If we did a drinking game.
I don't do that.
Chris couldn't play.
Yeah. Are you intentionally trying to leave me out?
You know what? We'll let you toke. All right, so you
this guy.
You can take a drag every time Trump says what.
Perfect. I'll be the guy. I'll be the guy just staring at the salad bar, just lost. It's like, what is this? Is it a cherry or is it tomato? And I'm just giggling. That'll be me. Is that what you want?
Aren't our bodies just like salads made up of cells, man?
Yeah.
So if we did a drinking game, what do you think? The greatest ever? Like, what could we say about Trump in a drinking game? Because I'm trying to think of, because his State of the Unions are always really good. Like, I've always, much better than Biden.
Yes.
You know, Obama was so haughty and condescending and arrogant, right? Biden was just bumbling.
And Joan Shingang, I'm going to pronounce it, Shanga Kawawa.
Do you know what? We ought to work that into the news imaging to promote Joan.
Yeah, clearly.
Mornings on WTN.
Joan, you got to change your last name to Shingang.
Oh, that would be funny.
Have you seen the betting odds on Polymarket?
No.
Okay, so just for the record, I don't bet, but I do find it fascinating. There's some good money value out there to be had.
All right, go.
If Trump mentions the gold card, Trump card, right?
Yeah.
You buy yes on that. You spend $100, you'd win $190. He is absolutely going to mention the gold card, Trump card.
You think he's going to do that?
Yeah, why wouldn't he?
I don't know if that's a major policy initiative of his.
Okay, how about this? Crypto Bitcoin. Does he mention crypto and does he mention Bitcoin? If you bet $100, you win $293. I would take that money. I would take those odds.
Yeah, okay, that's been an initiative.
It has. He wants to be the crypto capital.
Okay,
and
so
if he's talking about the State of the Union and moving forward, and he's going to be talking about technology and AI, I feel like crypto is going to be in there.
Okay, so Joan and Sam, I'm going to want you guys to pick a Polymarket word for Chris. So what do I get if I bet that he is going to talk about illegal immigration? What do I win?
It's not on the list.
Build the wall?
Not on the list. We got...
You're reaching into like 2020 talking points.
Yeah,
Well-
what are we doing, Dan? What are we doing?
All right, you know what, Sam? You pick one. Smart Alex.
Is he going to say too big to rig?
Do you know what? Do you know what, Sam? At least I never caught my own pants on fire.
Oh.
I didn't do it on purpose.
Well, exactly.
Really. There's some other good value.
All right, go ahead.
Let's see.
Trump RX. Thank you, TB. Trump RX.
It's not on the list.
That might be too new.
Kamala Harris. 37% chance he says it. You bet $100, you win $256.
Yeah, that sounds like a good deal.
Okay, but what if he doesn't actually mention her by name, but does say dumb as a box of rocks?
It says it's gotta have Kamala or Harris.
Okay. All right. Greenland, TB, Greenland.
Greenland's not on the list.
Greenland's not on the list.
Does he say Biden more than 10 times?
Ooh.
No, I don't think he will.
Well, you bet $100, you'd win $157. If you bet that he does, you would bet $100, you'd win $228.
You want to get drunk? 89.47. A drink every time he pats himself on the back. Let's be honest. The man's got a gargantuan ego.
Yeah.
Places he'll mention. This is when Greenland will come up.
Yep.
All right, let's see. Is Greenland on this list? Yes, Greenland's 70%. So you buy yes at $100, you win 140. That's not
You're looking for big money.
That's not good value. Good value, I think. Taiwan. Taiwan is real good value when it goes back to the semiconductors, the chips, the AI. You bet $100, you win 262 on Polymarket. I would take those odds.
I'd take those odds. You know, maybe what we ought to do is why don't we do a bingo card thing?
Ooh.
Yeah. You know what we do? So all 4 hosts place some bets and see who wins the most theoretical money.
Okay.
You want to do that?
I think that'd be fun.
Do you think Chad and Matt would do that?
Yeah, I do. Matt might not place theoretical bets.
Exactly, because he's a bettor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should tell him that we're all betting real money, and then we'll wait to let him know that we didn't actually place the bets.
Do you know what? I wouldn't even know how to bet on the poly market. How do you do that anyway? I don't even know.
You just make an account and you just go in and boom.
Oh, yeah. All right.
El Salvador, 27%. Do you think he mentions El Salvador?
No. I don't think he'll mention El Salvador. Yeah, you got one, Joan?
What about Portland? That's 25%.
I don't know if he'll get that specific, and Portland has not been like Minnesota or Washington, D.C.
Okay.
What about news networks? Does it have a breakdown for other?
Oh, golly.
Fake
CNN.
news, yeah.
He'll roast CNN.
And ABC and CBS.
How about Melania? He'll mention Melania.
Andy, what about Somalia? I bet you he'll mention Somalia.
Oh, yeah.
Who will Trump mention during the State of the Union? Is Melania on this? I'm looking, guys. I don't think Melania's on the list.
No.
But there's still some good value to be had.
Well, somebody's...
Ayatollah Khamenei, 39%.
Okay.
That's some good value.
How about his guests? The guests that he'll point to.
I don't see anything on that.
Gavin Newsom.
Newscum.
That is not great odds.
No, because he's probably going to.
Yep.
So
Benjamin Netanyahu, 39%.
Oh, he's going to mention Benjamin Netanyahu.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
I would imagine, especially after the last year.
But will he say Benjamin Netanyahu or will he say Bibi?
Newsom's actually pretty good odds. It's at trading at 37%. So you bet $100, you get 185.
Wow. I'm going to send me that thing you're doing right there. Just email that to me, will you?
You got it, Dano.
That thing you're doing. That's...
I think that's the technical term.
Thing you're doing over there.
Listen, we're talk show hosts. We communicate at another level.
Sure.
This is how you get to number 3.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
All right. Very good. What about the big, beautiful ballroom? That's another one.
I don't see it.
I have a big, beautiful ballroom being built.
Armchair PD. Every host has $1,000 to bet. Whoever makes the most wins.
That'd be good.
You want to do that?
That'd be good.
You guys want to do it too, Joan and Sam?
See, I like the bingo idea.
I like the bingo idea too.
Except loser has to eat a gummy of an unspecified amount and just enjoy the ride.
Been there, done that. Not doing it again. Moving right along.
Not a fan.
I saw a video of this old guy who ate a gummy on Instagram. It popped up.
Yep.
And he was in an art museum, and there's an oversized table and chairs for giants, and there's this 83-year-old guy just losing it laughing, tears rolling down his face. And it's a minute and a half of him just giggling.
Yeah.
And it was how could you be against something like this? This is
exactly.
I don't know.
All right, Joan, what's coming up in the news at 9?
More about what Tom Homeland talked about this morning in his press conference about drawing down troops in Minneapolis coming up here at 9.
All right, thank you, Joan. Generator Supercenter, listen, if there's one thing that we've learned over the last week or a couple of weeks, it is that we simply cannot count on NES or, frankly, any other government entity for anything, which is why I've been reaching out to my friends at the Generator Supercenter to start figuring out my needs as far as a backup home standby generator. How about you? I learned how important backup home standby generators were when I lived in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We had a lot of power outages there. And I got to tell you that since January and the big ice storms, that was a not so subtle reminder as to the power of Mother Nature to take down your power. So if you've been talking about whole home backup generators with your family, talk about it with the pros at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. This is not only a huge investment in your home, but also your family's safety. Call them 615-879-1952. expert installation, and 24-hour monitoring. They're not going to leave you in the dark. And yes, financing is available. The Generator Supercenter, find them online, generatorsupercenterofnashville.com.
What are you going to do with that one, Dan?
Nothing.
Okay.
Anything I say at this point is just going to prove me even more unhip than I clearly already am.
Well, but we don't want you to necessarily say. You could dance.
You know what? I could sway to this, but I'd break a hip. Chris is doing it, though. Chris is doing the big sway.
I used to jam to this.
Did you?
You ever see the movie Hardball with Keanu Reeves?
No.
This was like a big track in it.
Was it?
If you watch that movie, you'll cry. Just letting you know.
I cried on movies.
G baby. R.I.P. G baby.
Okay, good. Whatever you say.
People that have watched Hardball get it. If you know, you know.
All right.
Hey, Keanu Reeves gets a DUI. It's basically Mighty Ducks but black baseball. Keanu Reeves gets a DUI and then he's got to go coach a little league team in the hood.
Yep. Oh wow, I would love that movie. Actually,
it's actually,
I would really like that, and I love Keanu Reeves. Man, he is so good.
Get a box of tissues.
Is Keanu Reeves a good actor?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so.
Joan?
He's nice to look at.
Didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm sorry, Joan.
That was snack time.
Didn't mean to interrupt. You know what? The funny thing is, she's supposed to be on the radio right now doing news. You know what we should do? Good news.
Well, she knows. She knows that you are you're controlling the ship. So she's got time for some snacks. She's diving into some biscuits and gravy over there.
Got to fuel up.
She called me long-winded. How dare you? 9 o'clock, WTN.